At this time, I'll call our April Board of Commissioner meeting to order. For the first time, we are live streaming tonight. I'm going to ask that you cut your cell phones off, and I'm going to ask that if you talk to somebody else next to you and we can pick it up, I'll call you down the first time. The next time, I'm going to ask you to step out in the foyer. It's very impolite when we can't understand and hear some of the conversation. And so I'll ask that you please abide by that so that we can get a better recording and people can see that. At this time, we'll stand for the invocation by Commissioner Langley and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag by Commissioner Walker.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we are grateful and thankful for the opportunity to assemble together one more time to do the business of your people. We ask that you would lead us and guide us in all our deliberations. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please face the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're down to the first item, conflict of interest disclosure statement. I remind the commissioners that inside of your notebook or either on your table, there's a letter from River Street Networks which discloses the amount of stock that I have in River Street. And for the public, that's $885.33, and that's payable to the estate, my estate, so I don't get to use any of that money until I die. Anybody else have a conflict? Or, pardon? Okay. All right, no conflict, no additional conflicts. We're down to the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Oh, and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, now we're down to the public comments. And just remind every speaker that at the end of 3 minutes, I will call time on you. And also to remind you that this is not a question and answer. So if you ask a question of the commissioners, we will not answer that. It's not a town hall. This is your opportunity to tell us what you'd like to see different in Beaufort County, policy changes or whatever that might be. So our first one was going to be Mr. Owen Peel from Aurora, but he is a farmer and he's taking advantage of the weather, so he sent his comments to Rod Kurganis.
I am Rod Kurganis, the Extension Director here in Beaufort County, and Owen, like most farmers, are extremely busy right now, so he asked me to pass his sentiments along. Quote, broadband for rural areas is a necessity. I'm Owen Peel, a farmer and an engineer. I live east of Aurora. My farm covers 3 counties. There are others that cover more, and there are some that cover less. However, the size or scope has nothing to do with the need for broadband in agriculture. Mine is a grain operation growing corn and soybeans, but in eastern North Carolina there are many diverse farms. Each one has the same need for reliable, fast, accessible, and affordable broadband. Can that ever happen? Technology in agriculture is growing by leaps and bounds. Where we were 5 years ago is obsolete today. That trend will continue even faster in the future. Today, guidance systems on tractors is old news. Broadband is needed for sharing information with machines that are in the field, for instance, tractors and planters talking to each other, for information like soil testing, fertilizer, lime, and spraying application. Yield mapping is becoming more common. Overlaying of yield maps, soil testing maps, lime and fertilizer application maps is growing. Plus, elevation and drainage management maps are so important. There are apps for equipment management regardless of distance. I can see how a combine is performing from miles away and make necessary adjustments on the fly. I can see that there's an app for that. Start or stop an irrigation system from your home or from another place without even having to be present. Autonomous equipment is coming. Tractors first, then harvesters, then application equipment. The technology is here now. We need that, and we need it fast. and we needed reliable and inexpensive broadband to make that happen. Beyond equipment, broadband is needed for administration. Many farmers, myself included, cannot Zoom like so many of us have here lately because of poor internet connection. Zoom meetings are now the new normal, not only for extension meetings and other educational training, but for nearly everything. The cost savings of having virtual meetings will make the future for everything change, from education all the way to worship. Online banking, paperless invoices, accounting, ordering inputs, ordering parts, setting up service appointments, all of that, it's the way business is moving forward. We think too small. Where will we be in 5 or 10 years? Building a broadband service for rural areas for agriculture must cross county lines. My farm does not stop at the county line, neither should broadband service. I strongly urge Beaufort County to work with other rural counties that have the same service issues so that we can make all of rural eastern North Carolina have that covered. We can be the leader to accomplish that. Let's not find out that we think too small for our future. Thank you, Mr. Owen Peel.
Thank you. Archie Griffin.
How you do? I am Archie Griffin, and I am a farmer like Mr. Owen Peel. I farm in Beaufort County in the northern portion, almost at the Martin County line. Like Owen, I agree that we need broadband. Just today, I was trying to access my maps and spray and gather maps to send to my nutrient man. But I could not do that because I could not even access the internet. If you look on the back of my truck, I have a cell phone booster because I cannot access cell phone service where we are. If you look at agriculture, not just agriculture, but if you look at agriculture from a California standpoint, with all of the water restrictions being placed on California with the labor that is increasing, California will no longer be able to continue to provide the U.S. with produce that we need. The only other state that comes close to that is North Carolina. We have the potential, but we can't progress further without broadband. The reason I say we cannot progress any further without broadband is because the produce nowadays is going towards more of a vertical farming aspect. That includes monitoring within greenhouses. If you cannot monitor in the greenhouses through broadband, we can't do it. We are capped at the potential that we have. North Carolina is placed, especially eastern North Carolina. So
Excuse him.
So it's vital. It's a vital piece of infrastructure that we need. I asked you the question. I mean, do we want North Carolina and eastern North Carolina, Beaufort County, to be exact, do we want us to be behind the goal or ahead of the goalpost? We need to take a step now, and we need to take a step now to move forward. So that is what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Darren Armstrong.
Good evening. My name is Darren Armstrong. My family and I live near Belhaven, and we farm in Beaufort and Hyde counties, and as well we also operate Circle Grove Seeds, seed cleaning business located just east of the town of Belhaven. As a small business owner, the value of good internet service has really never been so important. In today's business world, communication is key. Better broadband internet means more fast, reliable service, which increases productivity in our business. A higher bandwidth, allows more employees to work efficiently at the same time without experiencing lags and delays or services. The availability of good internet service is a vital part of our business. On most any day in the office, we pay bills online, we use emails to communicate with vendors, place and receive orders, sell grain, and schedule trucks. Likewise, in the fields, our tractor drivers use internet to receive GPS locations for more precise application of inputs, which reduces the excess use of chemicals and fertilizer, increasing both productivity and sustainability. In the warehouse, we rely on inventory management software to track products coming and going from our facility. There's no doubt that good internet service improves all areas of our operation. To continue to keep our communities productive, competitive, attractive as a place to live and work, we must be able to offer good, reliable internet. Excellent broadband services encourage growth in local businesses, keep them viable in a fast-paced marketplace, and allow them to remain competitive in their industry. Strengthening our local businesses strengthens the economy of our communities, which benefits us all. I support the county's move to expand broadband. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wayne Sawyer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Board. My name is Wayne Sawyer. My permanent address is at Core Point. We're on the south side of the river. I want to speak to you within the time allotted for my comment tonight. I want to speak to you wholly from the fact that I'm an elected official of the Tideland EMC here in Beaufort County and Pantigga. I want to voice my support of Tideland EMC for Beaufort County government and the River Street, formerly Tri-County Communications. I congratulate you, Beaufort County Commissioners, for its leadership in the development of a broadband engineering study. Your work began more than a year ago. In that time, you have sponsored the county to capitalize on funding opportunities for the broadband expansion to the county's underserved areas. I can think of no portion of the county with fewer options than rural Beaufort County, south of the Pamlico River. I know you are considered tonight as partnership with River Street Tri-County for an important first step, a planned backbone project that would ultimately lead to fiber serving actual homes throughout the community. Thank you for the county's good work for the pursuit of the project. Our Tideland EMC relationship with River Street has been very successful over many years, especially in northeast Beaufort County and Hyde County. I can think of no better partner as you can take steps to involve the county's good work toward on behalf of Beaufort County citizens. I thank you and appreciate what y'all do for the broadband expansion in our county.
Thank you. Mr. John Taylor, I don't see him. Would someone step out there and see if John is, there's no one out there. He sent me his statement, so I'm going to read it. I am John Taylor, 33-year town councilman and 25-year mayor pro tem of the town of Bath, 45-year veteran of the Bath Volunteer Fire Department, where I've been chief for the last 22 years and assistant chief for 13 years prior to that. I have served our town and community in these positions without receiving any financial compensation. I am currently president of the Beaufort County Fire Chiefs Association, serving in that position for the last 5 years. While serving in the first responder position, I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the dedicated men and women of the Beaufort County Sheriff's Department. I recently had the opportunity or misfortune to respond to a person not breathing in my fire district. All Beaufort County fire departments are dispatched to help assist with the CPR in their area. Upon arrival on the scene, I was directed to the room where the victim was and saw a Beaufort County Sheriff deputy performing CPR on him, while the Beaufort County EMS was administering medication. I was requested to perform the breathing part of the CPR process. While this was going on, another deputy arrived and took the first deputy's role. These deputies changed positions several times for a 30-minute stint to save this man's life. I want to stop and do a video of their efforts. These men and women go through the emotional trials many days during their shift and should be given all the support we can. That was for the previous speaker. Now, if I can cut this thing off. Huh? It's supposed to have it. There it is. Let's see where I was. Oh, these men and women go through emotional trials many days during their shift and should be given all the support we can without worrying about whether the county commissioners are going to stop funding them. I personally think you have already made a mistake doing away with the Beaufort County School Resource Officers, who are an extension of the Beaufort County Sheriff's Force, not just school resource officers. One of these school resource officers stayed on duty at my fire station throughout the night during our last hurricane, performing a dual role as they often do. I encourage you to refund the school resource officers, as they are there to protect Beaufort County's most valuable resource, our children, and do whatever you can to maintain a strong sheriff department in this county. As chief of our fire department, I assume you are 28 I assure you that all 28 members of my department, as well as many other chiefs I have talked to, have expressed similar feelings of support for the Sheriff's Office and the school resource officers. Thank you for your time, John Taylor. The next speaker is Stuart O'Neill.
Good evening. I'm Stuart O'Neill. I'm the president of the Beaufort County Committee 100, and I'm here representing the board as well as the membership, and we just want to lend our full support to the broadband efforts. Our main objective is job creation, heads and beds, economic development, and we think having this backbone would be a better step towards that. And I think we're in quite a fortuitous position to have already had this engineering study so that this money comes available that we can act on it. So just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that we are in absolute full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Wortman. Did I pronounce your last name?
Sure did.
Okay.
Good evening. I want to thank the county commissioners for giving me another moment of time to speak my concerns. I'm a Beaufort County business owner of 2 businesses, a homeowner, and I have hired employees and I have been an employee. During the hiring process, the reading of the resume down to the interview, which is the hire, and then to the hire, you present yourself honestly and forthrightly with integrity. If it's found out that you lie, or if you get the job, and if you don't get the job, if you find out that you lied and you get hired, and they find out you lied after, then you might lose the job. Your campaigns or your interviews, excuse me, sorry about that. Your campaigns were your interviews, your platforms, your job applications and resume. We have read your words, we heard your words, you've spoken to us, and we choose to take a chance on voting for you, which is the hiring process. As a business owner, I never tolerate the airing of dirty laundry in interviews, social media, at work, newspaper articles, on TV, however the medium is presented to the public, on your personal opinion of other county employees. You may not like them, but you must have respect for them. And you must have respect for each other, all county employees that I'm speaking of. You've heard the saying, showing their butts to the public. This is what's been happening with the newspapers lately. I myself would never tolerate that in a business, and we expect decency and kindness of all county employees. Respect and professionalism. Now, in regards to in regards to the county police proposition, let's use your own comparison between Gaston County, North Carolina, and Beaufort County, North Carolina. The population of Gaston County, based upon worldpopulationreview.com, is 228,327 people. That has had a yearly increase of population by 0.85%. Since 2010, the increase has been 10.78%. Beaufort County population as of 2021 is 46,870 from the same source, with a decrease of population of 0.13%. Last year, with a decrease of population of 1.99%. Also take into consideration that Chocowinity and Washington already have their own police department. To even consider squandering our tax dollars is ludicrous and would be a total waste of our money. This is not our fight. The spending of our money and the saving of our money is our fight. We thank you for all that you do, and we say no to a county police department.
Bill Cook. Former Senator Bill Cook.
Thank you. I think I know most of the folks in this room. I voted for many of them. I just wanted today to give you a feel, a flavor of what the folks out there are thinking about what you're doing. First of all, let's take the high road. Broadband. We're moving in the right direction. You guys are doing a good job on that. I'm proud of you. That's good stuff. That's what's going to make the future of this county. And maybe we'll grow a little more than we have in the past year or so. So God bless you for that. The other thing I want to talk about, though, is this new bureaucracy you're thinking about creating for a county police? Folks out there think you're out of your mind. You're throwing away a whole lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many on this commission in the past have talked about how they're trying to save money. They would squeeze every dime. It ain't happening no more. Now we're going to throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars on something we don't need. We got a we have a sheriff's department that could do the job. As far as I can see, the reason this is going the way it is because of a fight between Hood and Ernie Coleman. That's what it's all about. And has been for years.
Bill, our policy does not allow the speaker to make a statement and referring to somebody by name. You really have to refer to all of us as a group. Please.
I will do that. My apology for not following your policy, no matter how inartful it is, because we all know that some commissioners do a better job than other commissioners. Anyway, I just thought you needed to know how folks out there judge this. I've often defended this commission when folks talked about what a joke it is, particularly when they tune in on TV. And we see some commissioners acting so silly and others trying to do the right thing. Now, I would like to see us let's use a little common sense. Maybe we could get some of our commissioners and our sheriff's department together and talk, maybe come to some compromise that will eliminate this crazy spending. We got to do better. We owe our people better than this. Thank you.
Dot Moot.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. It'll be very brief. I support a lot of what Mr. Cook just said, but I wanted to comment a couple things. I would like to see this board dissolve this police committee. I'm opposed to the idea of it. I believe that the sheriff is doing a very good job for this county, covers the county, and does it according to the laws that he's required to follow. And they are not necessarily laws and rules that the commissioners want done. I also wanted to support the broadband. I think that's a good the expansion of that is a very good idea and going in the right direction. I would like to ask the comment about Suddenlink. I know a lot of us have had problems or having problems with Suddenlink, and I know that you adopted a resolution and sent it to whoever's supposed to be in charge of the state level. Nothing's been done. My Wi-Fi, my phone, my computer, the whole 9 yards has gone off every day for the last 4 weeks. Every day, several times during the day. And it's hard to get your job done if you have to use that and you can't get online. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's something else that the commissioners could do for this county and for this city to get rid of Suddenlink, or at least get them to send out their representatives to help us to, I can't even get a guy to come out and look and see what's wrong. And I know it's them, not me. Thank you very much.
I got a text from one of the speakers, and he is still in Raleigh, so we have room for one more person if somebody wants to stand up and speak for less than 3 minutes.
Patricia Garrison. I am quite pleased with the number of people that I see here tonight. Most often there's 3 of us that attend these meetings. So I want to thank everybody for their interest in what's happening in our county. I would challenge everyone to make sure you're getting all the facts. When you're getting the facts, you're looking at both sides of the issue. And I'm not hearing that people on the street are getting all the facts. So if we're looking at broadband, let's get all the facts. What is that going to cost the taxpayers? Zero? What's it going to cost us? If we're looking at a sheriff's office, there are advantages of an elected sheriff. Are we looking at a county-wide police force? What are the advantages? I myself, I don't have all the facts, and I can't make that decision for myself yet. So I challenge everyone to get the facts. Also, one of the agenda items, I believe it's section J, 5. Voluntary extension of emergency paid sick leave and emergency family and medical leave. Is this only for county employees? When did county employees begin to have more privileges than the private sector that pays their salary? I too am concerned about the loss of population or the decreased population in Beaufort County. Over the past year, do we have an ongoing study that is showing us the economic impact of COVID, businesses closing, and how that is affecting the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're down to item number F. This is an update from our representative, Keith Kidwell. Keith, remember, we have a 15-minute limitation for questions and answers and your comments. So.
I'll do my best, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. If we have an opportunity at the end, I'd like to address the broadband issue, but this evening I come for a different matter. Good evening, Commissioner and citizens of Beaufort County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for allowing me time to speak this evening. For the record, my name is Keith Kidwell, representative for the 79th House District, consisting of Beaufort and part of Craven counties. Let me begin with the fact that I have taken a substantially similar oath of office that each of you have taken, that being to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and that of the state of North Carolina. With that being said, our job is to protect the rights, liberties, and freedoms of the people that we represent. That's what I want to focus on tonight. Early this year, one of the commissioners told me about an idea of disbanding the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office as the primary law enforcement agency in Beaufort County and replacing that with a police force. At that time, I expressed my concerns with the loss in constitutional protections that a sheriff has, that a police force does not. Specifically, that being that the sheriff has constitutional authority to stop other levels of government's overreach. We have used that authority right here in Beaufort County. To my best knowledge, and I was there, the sheriff stopped the railroad when they were trying to close down Witchers Beach Road with no advance notice. I contacted the sheriff. He told the railroad they would not be permitted to close that road until the people were given proper advance notice. That's an example of the sheriff exercising his constitutional authority to protect the citizens of this county. There are cases like this throughout the United States. In fact, Sheriff Mack wrote a book about it, where the protections have been used. In Middlebury, Michigan, a county sheriff stood up to an overreaching FDA when they tried to stop an Amish milk farmer from selling raw milk. There are many other examples in Texas, California, and throughout the country. Then we come here to Beaufort County, North Carolina, where we have opinions so deeply rooted, differences of opinion so deeply rooted, that you and these school board members are willing to sacrifice the office of the sheriff. I don't talk about the sheriff, the office of the sheriff, over personality conflicts. Ready to remove our school resource officers,
who offer the best and least expensive protection for our children and the people of this county. Why? Because the school board didn't get their way in how the resource officers would be used. I spoke to the resource officers. I spoke to Mr. Cheeseman. Thank you. Let's talk about the tax increase you will now have to levy on the citizens because you can't work out your differences. Let's talk about the fact that we, the people of Beaufort County, will not only have a less effective protection for our schools and children, but will not have the use of 13 sheriff's deputies when the school is not in session to help with law enforcement efforts. To respond to the ne'er-do-wells who are bust into our county and may intend harm to our citizens, businesses, and homes. That just happened recently, right here at the Washington waterfront. But you, the elected commissioners, our school board members, and our superintendent of schools, who, by the way, could walk out at any minute, moment's notice, and take a job elsewhere, and leave us holding the bag. You don't seem to take that into consideration. This is not about who the commissioners are. This is not about who the sheriff is. This is not about who the school board members are or the superintendent of schools. This is about the people of this county, its citizens, and its constitutional protections that only the office of the sheriff provides. If you defund our sheriff's office, if you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money unnecessarily, if you reduce the protections to our citizens, if you place our children in danger, if you destroy the constitutional protections that only a sheriff's office can offer, how do you reconcile that with your constitutional oath of office? You appear to be willing to sacrifice all of this and more for your own interest and egos bigger than the county courthouse. To defund the office of the sheriff, you will require your member of the North Carolina House of Representatives, me, or a senator, to introduce legislation and pass it through both chambers of the General Assembly. Let me be abundantly clear. I never suggested to this body or any member of it that I would support, draft, or assist in any effort to that effect. I will not support any such legislation. In fact, I will make every effort to stop that legislation. Any legislation that would defund the office of the sheriff. To defund our office of the sheriff, I believe, would be a violation of my own constitutional oath to protect and defend the Constitution and the citizens of the 79th District. The elected officials of this county, you here this evening, the school board members, and the sheriff need to sit down and do what the citizens have elected you to do. Run this county. Spend the least possible tax dollars to obtain the best possible results. I'm asking you to put aside your personal issues and serve the people of this county to the best of your ability. I will stand for any questions now from the commissioners. I will meet with the press and the citizens afterwards out front.
Questions, comments from commissioners?
I have a question.
Can you cite the part of the Constitution that gives the sheriff these special duties and privileges that you talk about?
Sir, I don't know. It's not in our North Carolina Constitution that the sheriff has that authority, but I can tell you, Commissioner Richardson, that it has been done right here in Beaufort County. I can cite you that instance. I can also cite you a book if you'd like to read it, America's Last Stand, the County Sheriff, written by Richard Mack. Feel free to read that and inform yourself on it.
Then the sheriff violated the law.
The sheriff did not violate the law, sir. He stood up against the federal government in Michigan, where he stood up for an Amish farmer. There have been cases where they stood up against the Army Corps of Engineers in Texas when they told me it would take 10 years to get a permit to rebuild a bridge that had been washed out. And the sheriff said, no, that's not the way it's going to happen. They do have that authority. They are the constitutional defense between you and an overreaching government.
I ask you again to cite the part of the Constitution that gives the sheriff the authority that you say that he has.
Mr. Commissioner, you know as well as I do that is not in the Constitution.
That's exactly right.
But he does have that authority as a constitutionally elected law enforcement officer.
No, he doesn't.
You're incorrect, Mr. Commissioner. then there's a lot of sheriffs in this county. This county sheriff should then be arrested because he stood up against the governor's unjustified overreach. The sheriff in almost every county in North Carolina has done that in the last year. They should all be arrested under your scope, Mr. Richardson.
These other abuses of power, like allowing capital, let me speak, please, sir.
Please do.
These other abuses of power, like allowing his deputies to use government property as they wish, that's an abuse of power. That's why we're looking at this. There are plenty of abuses of power in the sheriff's system.
Mr. Commissioner, that's not what I'm talking about tonight. I'm not talking about the sheriff. I am talking about the office of the sheriff. Let us not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Let us not dispose of the office of the sheriff because there are personality conflicts between us. I don't count the sheriff as innocent, Mr. Richardson. I really don't. But I'd say many members of this board and the school board are also not innocent. What I suggest is we get an arbiter who sits down and works this out for the benefit of these citizens.
Where is an arbiter written into the law?
I don't think it's written into the law. Where is it written that you cannot do it, sir?
But it's not written into the law, and nobody has to abide by it if it's not within the law of the state of North Carolina. Are you sure you understand how the Dillon Act applies to government in North Carolina?
Mr. Commissioner, I do understand the fact that what you're doing here tonight is to violate the constitutional rights of the citizens of this county. They duly elected this sheriff, whether you like him or not, just as much as they duly elected you. Nobody has the authority. North Carolina does not have a recall process, and defunding the office of the sheriff, in my mind, violates your constitutional oath to protect and defend the people of this county.
Yes. Keith, I keep hearing
I'm
about...
sorry, Representative Kidwell, when I'm standing here. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Be sure you bow down.
I'm not asking you to bow down, Commissioner. I'm asking you for due respect.
Sorry. Please forgive me. Representative Kidwell, I keep hearing defunding.
Correct.
Defunding. Can you give me the math on that?
About $400,000 that we're going to spend additional money. We've already cut, Commissioner, if I believe it's my turn to speak.
I'm not speaking.
Well, you did. You said no.
I'm allowed to nod my head.
You said no, sir. Thank you.
You're saying things that are not true. I'm allowed to do that. Cut your mic off. Thank you.
Commissioner Deathridge, if we look at what's being done, we've just taken 13 positions away at the sheriff's level to put new law enforcement into our school system. And to my understanding, we're looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, that we've actually formed a committee to consider changing to a Beaufort County police force. Is that not defunding the sheriff?
You're asking me a question.
I believe I did, yes.
Yes. Let me start with the police committee. That's pretty much just a fact-finding committee at this point. At least as far as I'm concerned, I can only see it through my eyes as is the constituents I represent. That's why I'm doing this. You represent your constituents. You're doing that tonight.
I think you're substantially the same people.
Substantially the same people. They may see some things differently at different times. But let me move over to the defunding part. Please be aware that the memorandum of understanding between the school board and Sheriff Coleman was voided by Sheriff Coleman, not the school board. Personally, I'm not a big fan of school resource officers as it is now. I wish it was done differently. And I've expressed that. But there is an agreement right now between the school board and the commissioners to provide those school resource officers. Many of the commissioners in here voted for that. And as far as that goes, with me coming in as a commissioner, again, reelected as a non-incumbent, I have to go with what the commissioners are doing at that point, and we should honor all contracts to whatever extent those contracts specify. At that point, I think we may be doing the right thing, letting the school board go out and find school resource officers that want to do the job. Sheriff Coleman voided the contract. I've seen all the paperwork. He said, I don't want to do it anymore. Go find somebody else. When did that stop not being the truth and started being defunding the sheriff's department? Of course, what I'm hearing is they're going to try to hire these officers But that was Sheriff Coleman defunding himself, in effect.
So if I'm not mistaken, over the last several years, we actually removed the sheriff controlling the front door at the courthouse, so we've lost some positions there. We have a situation where we're taking them out of the school system. I believe, again, Mr. Commissioner, it is my turn to speak.
I can nod my head when you're saying things that are not true.
Thank you.
Sir, you need to be more honorable in your position.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
I believe I am. To respond, Commissioner Deathridge, we're also looking at taking and making a police force. We're looking at removing 13 deputies who are used at the school system. Let's talk about the availability of those deputies when they're not serving in the school. They can be used in the summer when classes are out to patrol the streets of this county. They can be used to do investigative work. Your police force at the school can't do that. Matter of fact, they can't operate off school property. So if a car comes in, does something, runs off school property, they can't even go after them. They have no arrest powers once they leave that school.
We have time for one more remark, and our time will be up. Randy, Commissioner Walker.
Representative Kidwell, this occurred during the height of the pandemic of the COVID-19 situation. The school board was trying every way they could to instruct kids in schools that were closed. Do you really think they had time to do this SRO thing?
I think who had time to do
The school board. Do you think that they would visit the SRO situation? And because you made it kind of clear that they had everything to do with it. I'm asking you, do you think the school board had something to do with this? This really caught them totally off guard. They had no idea when they got that.
All right, so I think I understand your question now, Commissioner, and thank you for that. I think what we're actually looking at is a conglomeration of personality conflicts that don't seem to be able to get resolved between people who are elected to do their best job to represent the people of this county. And what I see is a complete failure in all related to this subject. This board, the school board, as well as the sheriff himself. Nobody is innocent in this.
I've been here 4 months. I've yet to meet the sheriff.
Well, and I think that goes back to a long storied history of animosity and personality conflicts with this commission. Okay, this is not something that happened today. It's not something that came up during COVID. This is something we, the citizens of this county, have observed, in fact, for 3 sheriffs now.
You be the mediator, I'll meet any time, but I'd like to be...
I'd be glad to offer my position to do that.
I would like to do it in this room with TV streaming.
Be happy to do so, sir.
Your time is up. Will you come up here and show me how to cut this thing off?
I'll get one of my grandchildren, Mr. Chairman, if I can just have 30 seconds about broadband.
Okay.
All right.
No questions after that.
No questions, just to let you know, your General Assembly is sorely aware of the need for rural broadband. We are working diligently on that. We're seeing if we can allocate more COVID monies for that purpose. We're looking at getting this into the budget. We are going to work towards resolving the broadband issues, whether or not they come from a single company. If you have an issue with a single company, please take out your pen, write down my email address. Send me an email directly. I will get them to take care of your problem. It's Keith, Keith, .Kidwell @ncleg.gov. Please contact me. I will be happy to assist any member of this body or the general public with that resolution. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Citizens, thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you very much. We're down to COVID-19 update. Jim, I'm assuming you're in the back. Oh, I'm sorry. That'll give him a chance to walk in here. Under items for consent, does anyone want to pull one of those items? Motion to approve. Is there a second? A second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand.
Mr. Chair, I'm opposed. I voted the wrong way.
Okay. Stan, did you vote?
Waiting for you to say nay.
Okay, nay. All right. Thank you, Jim.
Gave you time to get here.
You might want to clean that area off because it's been used by about 10 or people now, or 11.
Well, hope everybody's doing well. I wanted to start off with a comment that this is Public Health Week.
this whole week. And so if y'all see you public health workers out there, please give them a thank you, especially this time, but every year about this time. And usually we end up our public health week with our 411 event. And of course, the second year in a row we've had to cancel it because of COVID. But look forward to having it next year, and with everybody attending the 411 Health Fair. And then I have a note here to make sure I mention that the daily report that we send out through Chris, we're going to do that on weekdays now, because the weekends are, we're only having a couple of cases every day. So the weekends, we want to let them not worry about that report every day. So that started actually over Easter. Let's see here. Starting off with the looking at North Carolina numbers. So this is going back to before April of last year. So you can see that the state has reached its peak and is going down, but has reached a plateau over the last about three or 4 weeks. That plateau hasn't changed, and that's about 2,000 per day that the state is seeing for new cases of COVID. Beaufort County, you can see that we have the same spike, and right now we are seeing about 2 or 4 cases per day, and we are not seeing a plateau yet. We're still seeing a decrease in our numbers, and we are at this point lower than we were like in June of last year, 2020. So the numbers are looking good for us right now, and hope to continue to see that. So giving you an update, we've done over 40,000 tests now on Beaufort County residents that we collect by our providers. And out of those, we've had 4,394 total cases that were positive. 5% of those have been hospitalized, and case fatality for those is 2.1. That's at 92 deaths. I am following 5 more deaths that have occurred over the last couple of months. I'm trying to get their death certificates, and when somebody passes in another county, sometimes it's very difficult to get those. But one of those cases that I think is going to end up being positive was over the weekend. So I still got 5 that I'm following. Right now, as best I can estimate from the testing, is that we have 33 positive cases in Beaufort County right now, and 4 of those are in the hospital. And I'm following 2 outbreaks at one at a nursing home and one at a residential care facility. But both those are considered outbreaks because once they have a case, then we follow them for 14 days, or 28 days actually. And if they have another case pops up, it's still considered an active outbreak. And so we get one that's popping up every couple of weeks or something like that. It keeps it active, but it's very low numbers that we're looking at. This shows how we are comparing to the counties around us. So for the last 2 weeks, we've averaged 11 per 10,000, which puts us in the second to lowest category, and we are, this region is fairly low. The kind of hot spots in the state look to be the 95 corridor and around the Charlotte area. A couple of notes on testing. Last week we only had 339 tests done by all our providers together, which is a marked decrease where our maximum back in early January was 1,800 per week. So we're down to a little over 300 per week. And the positivity rate is at 2.1. We've been at around 2% for the last couple of weeks. Again, this is a good indication of the virus not spreading too much in our community. We do continue to have test sites available. The health department, we changed our time because of where we're doing our vaccinations efforts. We changed our testing at the health department to 8:30 to 11 o'clock Monday through Friday, our work days that were open. And so that's operating there. And then we have locations around the county where in Aurora, the one at Cornerstone Church, Wilkerson Center in Bellhaven, and in the Spring Gardens, downtown Washington. on Fridays. So a lot of the information you would probably want to hear about will be the vaccination efforts. So we've been following the phases, and at this moment, we're pretty much in phase 5, where we're doing everybody in the county, as long as they're 18 or older, at the health department. 16 and 17-year-olds can be done any place that has Pfizer vaccine. So I know Walgreens has some, and the convention center in Greenville has some for those who are 16 and 17-year-old. The vaccine is being studied for younger people, but we haven't been given the okay to give it to anybody under 18, because we have Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. Looking up the numbers this afternoon. So when you look at this, you can see 2 columns. The first one is the local program, which is North Carolina providers, which is the health department, anybody that receives state allocation for vaccination. The second one is done through column is the federal program, which was the CVS system that they did, the long-term care facilities, and any of the efforts that they give vaccine to a provider. So I'm just going to look at the total between both programs. Done 15,892 residents have been vaccinated, or partially vaccinated. That's 33.8% of the total population. 11,863, which is 25.2% of the population, has been fully vaccinated at this point. And so that's 27,755 total vaccinations that have been given in the county, and 53% of those have been done by the health department and our partners through emergency management and Vidant, Agape, working together to get those vaccines out the door. The over 65 population right now, 76.2% of the 65 and older have received the vaccine, at least one dose, and we're getting close to 70% of them have completed the series. My goal as a health director is to try to get to 50% of our population vaccinated, and that's to help with the herd immunity. And since we're at 33.8, that's what 16.2% more people that want to get vaccinated to get to where I guess I could say I'm happy to get to. That being said, 20% of our population is under the age of 18, so we're not going to be able to get those until we get approval either. But they are still part of the community, so I'm using them as my goal. 50% of the whole population. And this is how we compare to the rest of the state. The average is 24.7%, and we're actually at 31% on this map, because this map doesn't include those federal numbers I was telling you about. So we're about 6.3% above the average for the state. And I did count it up. We're ranked 11th out of the 100 counties, the best coverage in our county. Here you see the fully vaccinated comparisons, and we are 8% above the 17.3% average of the county. So we're doing a good job of getting our residents covered. This graph is using some of the state numbers, looking at age over each week since the vaccination started. And I draw your attention to the green bar, because the green bar is your 75 and older, and then the dark blue bar, which is 65 and older. And you can see that the first couple of weeks during the vaccination was all the healthcare workers and stuff, so they were younger. And then you can see on the 5th one over, they opened it up for elderly population. And at that point, it was 75 and older, so we had a big number of 75. And then they changed the age requirement to 65. So after that, you see those numbers. So for about 6 weeks there, we were really hitting the elderly population. And then you can see the drop on the 2 to 15 column, where you can see that we opened it up to essential workers. And then at this point, where most of the 65 and older in our county have either received the vaccine or they don't want the vaccine. And so now we're seeing most of the workers and those who have comorbidities being vaccinated. Looking at the racial breakdown of the vaccine, the way the state reports their numbers is they won't report anything that has a population of under 500. So when it comes to race, minorities, they call it suppressed data. And that's because we don't have too many Asians in the county. And so for some reason they feel like if we gave the numbers broken out by the different races, they'd be able to figure out who received the vaccine. So they call it suppressed data. But in our county, since we don't have a whole lot of Asians, the suppressed number would be probably the African American population the most. And other would be a lot of the Hispanic population. So you're able to kind of follow through there. So we're, the last 3 or 4 weeks, you can see that we're hitting about 40% of our minority population getting vaccinated. So I think we're doing a good job of getting it equitably distributed amongst the different races in Beaufort County. Some other information about the vaccine. We are receiving about 900 to 1,100 doses each week in Beaufort County. The health department was receiving about 600 per week, and that's what we've been getting out. During our peak, we were giving out 600 doses of first vaccine and 600 doses of second vaccine, all going on at the same time. So we were really cranking at that point. At this moment, we have a lot of options in the county. O'Neill's has 3 locations. Vidant has 2 locations in their hospital. The health department and Agape all are able to vaccinate. All are at the call center. If somebody calls to get a vaccine, they can, the call center will work with them, not necessarily to go to the health department, but go to one of those other ones as long as it meets their need. We'll try to get them into somebody. And then we also have the mega center in Greenville, where we'll also refer a lot of people, especially that 16 to 17-year-old group, to them. So we continue to do that call center operations to try to get people that want the vaccine. That being said, in the health department, we have noticed a big drop in demand now for the vaccine. So we kind of feel like we've saturated most of the people that really want it, are desperate to get it, or really want to jump on it. And now we're getting the people that are kind of procrastinating to get to it, or they're getting to it eventually. And so we're kind of focusing now a lot on education, try to draw people in, and efforts to draw people in to go ahead and get the vaccine. Now it's available. We can take care of you. You give us a call the call center, and we will get you vaccinated. Go online at bzhd.net, and you can actually click on and make your own appointment through that system as well. So we were doing about 200 per day of operations, and now we opened up for vaccines for the first 2 weeks of April. We put 400 appointments out there, and we only got 60 per day. So there's definitely more appointments available now for anybody if they want it. So that causes me to cut back on our operational effort a little bit. We don't need to do it at the community college. We're going to move it to the health department. We've kind of been planning this because we knew this was coming. So we're going to run the people through the the annex that we built there, get people vaccinated that way, their first doses, and schedule them for second doses. And we are basically looking at 60 per day now for operations.
Jim, I have a question about people coming in from out of county to get your overflow of vaccines, since you have more vaccine than you have people. And of course, people need to get vaccinated no matter
All counties are saying they got more than they need now. So.
They are? Okay, even Durham County?
Well, I mean, I don't know about that far out. Yeah.
What if somebody from Durham County came here?
It's the state program. It's actually a federal program. I can't stop anybody from getting the shot.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
We just try to keep it down, though. So anyway, that's where we're moving at. Now, I mentioned that we're trying to get more people out there to come in and get this shot and try to explain to them why. So we're going to work with the Beaufort County Healthy Clergy, Healthy Congregation, Healthy Communities group. to go out and to different venues and talk to people and go, to the store and hang outside and talk to people about the vaccine and make it available. So some educational efforts. So they're going to spread throughout the county and just try to get people to understand how to get the vaccine, what to do. If they have transportation issues, help them with that to get to the site. So that group is going to help hopefully keep our numbers up and help us get to that 50% that I'm looking for. So Johnson & Johnson or the Hanson, we have a few that got to us. So what we're trying to do with that is hit the hard-to-reach populations, like the detention center, going out to it. We're working with the farmers to go out to the site when the H-2A folks come through, and when they're out there, the migrant workers are planting and doing everything that they do. It's a one-shot deal, so then we don't have to worry about if they move off to another county or something like that. So we're working with them on that program, and then I'm hoping to get an allocation of Johnson & Johnson for the week of the 12th, and we're going to do a late evening pod of Johnson & Johnson, first come, first serve, if we do get that allocation. So y'all, watch the news, and hopefully we'll send out a news release if we do get that allocation. And it'll be at the community college. And that should be an opportunity to knock out 300 or 400 or 500 people with the J&J, who some people are waiting for, because it's a single dose versus the double dose. Even though me personally, I think the double dose is better because of the vaccination efficacy of it, but either one's good. I endorse both of them. So that's the update for COVID.
Okay. Questions from commissioners? Is 16 as low as you can go now?
We can't do 16.
You can't do 16.
Because we don't have the Pfizer. 18 is as low as we can go right now. With the Moderna and the Johnson & Johnson, we can do 18 and up.
So who can do the 16?
Greenville Convention Center.
Okay. Can they go lower than age 16?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
Not yet. I think there's studies out there that are being done. I think that Pfizer put out that they thought it was safe for 12 and above. Sorry. That may come, but not yet.
Randy?
I think I'm the last commissioner that I'm getting my second shot tomorrow. Is everybody had to? So there you go. Go get shot. It's as simple as that. And we're doing that live streaming, so everybody watching, do it.
Any other? That's the first time I've heard that the call center is working to move people like the O'Neills in Bellhaven versus coming up here.
No, we've been doing it for a while. I think maybe the first time I said it, but because our goal was not necessarily to bring them to the health department, it was to get them vaccinated. So we've been working. Early on when we were having that shortage, we were actually making appointments for them at Greenville.
Right.
At the convention center.
Okay, you got, I'm sorry.
I think they now ask where do you live?
Okay.
And try to match it up that way.
Oh, well, yeah, the call centers, they're trying to make it more convenient for people when they ask them that question. Yeah.
Okay. You want to go to your next item? Did anybody else have any questions on vaccines? Go ahead and go to your next item.
Okay, I think it's the KB Reynolds grant.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so for some of the new commissioners, the Beaufort County 360 is an organization that came together of Health and Human Services. It consists of organizations that are like the health department, Agape's part of it, the Vita Hospital's part of it, the school system's part of it, the community college is part of it, United Way. So a lot of organizations that focus on issues in the county have got together and made the BC 360. This is about 6 years ago that we formed. One of the first things that we tackled as an issue was homelessness, and so we formed a task force. And in the end, they were where the Open Door agency came about for homeless women. So I just do that as a background of where the BC 360 is. A couple of years ago, we put together a task force called the Behavior Health Task Force. And their issue was to address behavioral health issues and substance abuse. So that for a couple of years, they've been working on what we're going to do in the county, how we're going to try to address that issue. And of course, y'all know about the opioid epidemic that came through or is still present amongst us, but kind of get overlooked with COVID. And so that task force has been working towards the goal of coming up with strategies to tackle it. Well, KB Reynolds knows about this task force and what they have come to a health department and asked if we would be willing to write a grant in order to receive funds to help the Behavioral Health Task Force address this issue. So they want to give the health department enough money for us to hire a coordinator, a program coordinator, to help all the agencies work on this issue in order to do a comprehensive plan and implement strategies in order for us to tackle substance abuse issues in our county. They also would like us to align the needs of the commissioners when opioid settlement money starts coming down the pipe as well. So what the hope is that we can create a comprehensive plan, present it, and get y'all's approval for this plan and strategies to tackle the issue so that when those funds come down, it'll be available for y'all to use as y'all's strategy of tackling it. Because you get the expectation is you're going to receive a certain amount of money for 20 years as a part of that settlement. So that's not the only goal of it. The goal is also for us agencies to line up, to understand what each other's doing, to help create a flow for those who misuse opioids or end up at risk for death due to overdose. So there's a bunch of different programs out there. So that's pretty much what KB Reynolds has asked, and in order for us to take the grant, I had to get y'all's approval and to move forward with the application. It sounds like it's going to be a pretty, nothing's for sure, but it sounds like they really want to help this project.
Did your board approve this grant?
No, I just got word of it last week, so it's coming here.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept it.
Got a motion, is there a second? Chairman, hold on. I don't think the grant, I think what he's asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're just asking for approval to make an application.
Correct.
And then he comes back to us.
Okay. Well, I make that motion.
And which will give me time to go to the Board of Health and talk about it.
I make the motion that you approve the application.
Second. All right, we have a second. Any discussion before we vote? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. You want to go to your third item?
Detention center,
Yes.
electronic medical record.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so right now, we're doing the jail health program. We are doing everything by paper, and so we want to try to move it to electronic, or like we have with the health department itself. This is a separate program. And basically what it does is it helps us align up with the meaningful use compliance for electronic medical records. It allows us to move to electronic version of all the documentation that we do. And in that case, it makes it much easier for administration of medications, and allows the provider to actually review their records online. Like when she gets called about somebody in the jail, instead of having to come in and do an assessment, they're able to look at the records and do the assessment by phone. And then it allows, the biggest thing is it allows us, I shouldn't say the biggest thing, one of the nice things about it is it allows us to pull down reports so that, like if I wanted to, I could research a year's worth of reports and see what percentage of our patients, or the inmates, have substance abuse problems or something like that. So how many of them have diabetes? And so it allows us a little bit easier than trying to tick off on a piece of paper every week trying to count up these numbers. The reason I bring this to you right now is because the COVID-19 funding allows us to do anything that helps with surveillance. And this program then will help us with surveillance. So we're going to be able to use some COVID-19 dollars instead of having to use county dollars to do this. So that's what I'm asking.
Any questions?
Jim, how many nurses do we have now working in the jail?
We have 3.
3? And do they
And
just-
one RN who's, a nurse practitioner who oversees the medical care.
Are they just, we have like 45, 50 people in the jail, and it takes 3 nurses to
Because we cover weekends, so, yeah.
keep them in tip-top shape, so to speak?
Keep you compliant with the.
That's pretty good health care.
It's standard health care.
Yeah. I mean, you do the math. I mean, think about it. I don't see nurses that much.
Anyone else with a question?
I'm going to make a statement, and I need to qualify with this with I'm on the Board of Health. I think it's way, with all due respect to our gentleman who's doing the speaking, he's doing a fantastic job as a health director, so don't read anything into this. To have 3 nurses, 24-hour coverage for 43 people in a jail is ridiculous. We've never done that before. That's something that's come about only recently, and we don't need to be doing that. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against this, because all we're doing is adding more and more bureaucracy to bureaucracy to bureaucracy. And just because you're jailed, you're not entitled to health services and health treatment. The whole purpose of what the state law says is that we're to provide emergency services. We're only required to provide emergency services to inmates. So why we got this program on where we're giving all of this care out of the softness of our hearts? And I just can't support it. It's a waste of the taxpayers' money.
Any, Commissioner
How much money are we talking about, Jim?
The program's going to run $33,000 to get it bought and put in.
Okay. And there's no additional staff, right?
There's no staff.
Anyone else? I'll entertain a motion. I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? 4-3. I think that's your last one, unless you got something else, Jim.
No. I was going to sing and dance, but my time's up, so.
Okay. Yes.
Jim, did you expect the Biden border crisis with 10% of all illegals coming in right now having COVID to be a problem for us up here?
Make it short, because we're tight on time.
That's, do I expect it to be a problem?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't expect it to be a problem in Beaufort County.
you don't think so?
No,
I mean, they spread out once they're, with catch and release now back in force. They're spreading out pretty far and wide throughout the lower 48. I just want to make that statement for the record. Thanks. You ain't got to answer.
Okay.
Really rhetorical question.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim.
I know.
Anita, I'm gonna ask you if you will do your part on the finance report after the other 2 speakers, or after you get through the bond refinancing, refund, whatever you call it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to do that. So tonight, we have 2 items on the agenda related to bond refinancings that will save the county money on our debt service. The first item begins on page 250, and it's the refinancing of the general obligation school refunding bonds, Series 2012, 2015, and Series 2017. Our financial advisors, Davenport and Company, issued a request for proposals the week of February 22nd to over 50 national, regional, and local lending institutions to see if refinancing the county's general obligation bonds would save the county money. Mr. Ted Cole, Senior Vice President with Davenport, is here this evening to review the summary of the bids, the key terms and conditions of the responses, as well as answer any questions that the board may have. And once Mr. Cole is finished with the financial piece of the presentation, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bob Jessup, He is a public finance attorney with Sanford Holzhauser, and he is serving as bond counsel for us on the transactions, and he'll be coming up to review all the legal documents that are required to move forward with refinancings. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cole, and he's going to be reviewing the information beginning on page 251 in your agenda book.
Good evening. Ted Cole with Davenport. I appreciate being here. We're going to talk about the general obligation refunding. There's another one, as Anita said, on the next agenda item. In your packet, I think if you go to page 251, you will see the 8 different banks that responded to our request for proposal to refund these general obligation bonds. You might have recall when we last spoke, 2 of these bonds that we're considering refunding would be done as an advance refunding because they can't be taken from the current bondholder until next spring. That is, we're able to do that, but under current tax law, that type of transaction would have to be done on a taxable basis. And that's what we asked the banks to respond to. So we received taxable interest rates for what we're going to call the 2021, give me one second, I want to make sure I'm telling you this right. 2021A, taxable interest rate, and a tax-exempt interest rate for the 2021B bond, because one of these loans can be done tax-exempt. We did receive 8 different proposals. One of the things we asked these banks to consider on that taxable refunding, it goes by the name of a Cinderella bond. That's sort of the industry name for it, but what it does is we close this refunding on a taxable basis, but next spring, as soon as that's eligible to be done on a tax-exempt basis, it converts from a taxable rate to a tax-exempt rate. So sort of the concept of Cinderella, the taxable rate expires and the tax-exempt rate comes into existence. And we received a number of proposals for that. That will help create additional savings than if we were to refund that on a taxable basis only. So if you look at page 252, you will see that we received these 8 bids. All of these names are firms that we've worked with before. They participate in bank RFP processes regularly. They may not all be household names to you all, but we do know them. And we've highlighted 3 in particular that we have focused on. I will give you a spoiler here. Line 5, key government finance, is the proposal that we're suggesting or that we're recommending. And let me walk through the rates for you looking at Key Bank. Remember I said there's a 2021A that's taxable. They have proposed a rate that would be fixed for the entire term of the debt of a 148, if you see that number. But they have also said come next spring of 22, you can convert, the county can convert that loan to a tax-exempt rate because we will then be eligible for tax-exempt financing under current IRS regulations to a rate of a 117. So it will convert with a handful of items that need to be delivered to the bank next spring, a current audit, a legal opinion, and Bob Jessup can cover a couple of other things, generally checklist items. So if those things get delivered to the bank next spring, that taxable rate of a 148 will convert to a 117 for the remaining life of the loan. If for some reason you're not able to provide that documentation, the loan just continues at the 148 rate. There's nothing bad that happens. It just doesn't convert. On the 2021B, they gave us a rate of a 123. Okay? All of these rates would be fixed for the entire term of the financing. We're not extending the debt. We're not shortening the debt. It's still going to pay off in the same fiscal year as it would if you did nothing. We're going into lower interest rates. If you look at page 253 in the packet, you will see a couple other terms and conditions that we wanted to point out. In Table 2 is the prepayment provisions. This would be the prepayment of this new bond, 2021. With Key Bank, it will be prepayable in whole or in part at any time with a 1% penalty in the first year and no penalty thereafter. So we got pretty good prepayment flexibility going forward if there were ever a need or a desire to refund or prepay it. Bank closing fees, Key Bank does not have any bank closing fees. And if you go to page 254, at the top, you will see the summary of the savings, and I would look under Key Bank in the middle, and the first 6 or so lines are what the savings would be for all 3 refundings, the 2012s, the 15s, and the 17s, if that conversion does not occur, meaning next spring that taxable rate does not convert. The total savings there would be $304,000 for the 2020A bond, 2021As, and about $40,000 for the Bs. In total, about $346,000. That's if we close this loan in the next month and we never do that conversion next spring. Directly below it is the results, assuming that we do the conversion next spring, and you'll see the savings go in total from about $346,000 to $391,000. So that's the incremental advantage that you would get from that conversion from taxable to tax exempt next spring. All of this meets sort of all the normal criteria that we would expect to see for a refunding in local government finance. The local government commission in Raleigh has to approve it. We would not envision or anticipate any problems from them given the level of savings, however we might choose to measure it, whether it's dollars or percentages. So for that reason, we're recommending that you all consider moving forward with Key Bank for the general obligation refunding, 2021A and 2021B. Bob will discuss here in a moment. There is action for you all to consider this evening. If that all were to take place, we would be back at May 3rd for the second and final action on this. The local government commission would consider it at their May 4th meeting, and we would be able to close by May 19th, which is the deadline with the bank. Yes, sir.
Is there any reason you can think of we wouldn't convert, we choose not to, other than we just forgot to?
There's no reason that I can think of why you would not, and it's very unlikely that there would be a problem with delivering what the bank requires next spring, but I suppose there could be a delay in an audit or some other event. The right to convert does not go away. It's not a one-time convert. So if for some reason you can't convert next spring, as unlikely as that may be, but you could do it next fall, that works fine. It doesn't go away. You're right to do that. So I can't think of a reason why you would not do it unless there was just a hiccup in what's required by the bank to memorialize it. Any other questions on the process or the finance? I'll ask Bob to come up and talk about the approval process.
Resolution, the bond order, and then those two.
Thanks, Anita and Ted. Mr. Chairman, I'm Bob Jessup. I'm a lawyer with the law firm Stanford Holzhauser LLP. Our office is in Carrboro, and it's been our pleasure to work on this project as bond counsel for the county. There are 2 actions we need from the commissioners tonight for this GO bond approval. The first is the consideration of a preliminary resolution in support of your application to the LGC. This is something the LGC staff looks for that just makes, as it says, a preliminary determination to move forward. Then we also have a bond order. The preliminary resolution starts on 265. The bond order, which is the general framework document that our statutes call for, on page 267. After those are adopted, or if it's the board's pleasure, we'll be back on May 3 with a resolution that will formally approve the Key Bank proposal and approve the financing documents, including the documents that provide for that conversion option. The documents you have today, again, are short. Try to keep them short and to the point. Just try to hit the statutory check marks that we're going to borrow
approximately $9.8 million, but up to $10 million. And the board agrees that if it's necessary to levy taxes to make these payments, we'll do so, just like you have in your existing GO bonds.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
2 items, right?
Okay.
Excuse me.
The first one is the resolution supporting the application to the local government commission. Is that, okay. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion. If not, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this resolution, raise your right hand. Vote was unanimous. You did good, Bob. Go to the next one.
Bond order, the framework for the GO bonds, and one time, just approval, or ask for approval of that.
Okay, this one's on page 267 in your book. Can I have a motion to approve this bond order authorizing?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Stan, your mic's on. Did you have a comment? All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay.
You also have in your book as information items a statement of estimated interest and a statement of county debt that are required as part of our paperwork to be on file with the county. But that concludes our item on the GO bonds, and now we'll talk about the limited obligation bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So next, we're going to move to the water-related limit obligation bonds. They're on page 276. And I do have a handout on those so we could provide you with the latest financial numbers on the loans.
Thank you.
So at your last month's meeting, we held a public hearing to take public comments concerning the proposed refinancing of an estimated $34 million borrowing for the county to refinance the limited obligation bonds that were originally issued in 2012 to refinance obligations of the county water districts. There were no public comments offered. The board adopted a resolution at last month's meeting supporting application to the local government commission for its approval for these refinancings. Again, we have Mr. Ted Cole is here with us to review the financial numbers that I just handed out to you tonight. And once he's done with that, I'll then call up our bond counsel, Mr. Jessup, again to review the legal documents that are required for adoption.
Okay. On the handout, the second page, but it says page 1 in the lower right corner, is our current estimate of the bond market for this transaction. Keep in mind, we are scheduled with the Local Government Commission to sell these bonds the week of April 19th. So that is the date, the week, I think it's the 22nd, where we will actually lock in the interest rates. So this is an estimate, as Anita said, roughly about $31 million that we'll be refunding. There's a not to exceed that's a little bit higher, but we're only going to issue how much debt you need to pay off the old debt and pay the issuance costs, nothing more. Again, we're not shortening the debt, we're not extending the debt. They'll continue to pay off in the same fiscal year. And based on current taxable interest rates, savings over the remaining life of the loan, I'm looking at the right-hand side of this page, is about $2.2 million. When I was last here, we were estimating about $2.5 million. So we've lost a little bit of ground. Rates have edged up a little bit. They will continue to move around between now until our sale date, again, April 22nd. But we are still If you look on the left-hand side, line 17, we still have, one of our key benchmarks is the net present value savings measured in percentage. So the savings as a percent of the debt we're refunding is the math there. We're at about 5.5%. And that meets all the sort of customary benchmarks or minimums that the local government commission would look for, and it's just best practices. So we're hopeful to see minimal rate movement between now and then. Ideally, for this purpose, lowering the rates would be helpful to us. And on page 2, we have given you just a little bit of a look at what movement in rates does to the savings. So if you look under column B, that's the current market that we've estimated, approximately $2.2 million of gross savings over the life of the loan, right? You recognize that year by year. Column C is what happens if rates go down by 10 basis points. D is what happens if rates go up by 10 basis points. And then we've sort of helped give you a little perspective on further rate increases and how that affects the savings. We've gone plus 20 basis points and plus 30 basis points. And somewhere between 20 and 30 basis points, we will hit, I think, what we've been discussing as our minimum level of savings being 3% savings. So we will continue to watch this. I believe the approval that you all will consider this evening, which is the final approval, will allow the manager and/or finance officer to make the final decision about are we achieving the minimum acceptable level of savings. And what we've been talking about thus far on that is 3% present value savings. As I said, we're at about 5.5% now, so we're above that by a decent amount, and we just continue to watch interest rates between now and the 22nd. And if things evolve between now and then where rates are moving higher and we don't believe we can hit that mark, we just pull it off the schedule, we set it to the side, and we revisit it at a later date. Any questions on that?
Any questions for Ted?
Mr. Chairman, the action we're asking of the board tonight is to adopt what we call our final approval resolutions, the last required action of the board. It makes a final determination to proceed. It authorizes staff to complete the process, and it approves the substantially final financing documents. Most important among those for your attention, I would say, is our official statement, which is the document that is distributed to the prospective investors and is required to be correct and complete in all material respects. As was indicated, we'll sell these bonds on April 22, and we'll have the closing done by May 6th. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the resolution or any of the documents, but otherwise a motion to approve the resolution as presented is what we'd be looking for.
Anita, is this the motion? I mean the resolution. Okay. Any questions of Bob? If not, I'll entertain a motion to, add a motion to pass this resolution providing final approval of financing terms and documents for the refinancing of the county bonds for water districts. I have a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Are you driving back tonight?
No, I'm too old for that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Good night.
I was going to tell you to have a safe drive back.
Ted probably is, though. He does a lot better than that.
Thank you.
I want to thank these two gentlemen so much. They've been such a great help to me navigating. This is a complicated process, and I thank you both so much.
And before we leave that, I think we need to thank Anita, because I know she has spent about 30 days tied up on this.
It's worth it, though. Isn't it fun to save money?
Yeah.
I love saving money.
Yeah.
I love it. It's my favorite thing.
Time well spent. If I make a motion to give you 10% of the savings, would that be a...
Hey.
I guess we better not do that. Would you mind giving your report after the break, since we're
Absolutely.
past that?
Absolutely.
Okay. We're going to take a break, and then we'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to start back. Anita?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wait for my presentation to come up here. Okay. So real quick update on the county financials. First slide here we have are the ad valorem tax collections. And what I've provided you here on the top half of the sheet is the ad valorem tax collections for the current year levy excluding motor vehicles. And this is for a 9-month period. So it's fiscal year to date, so it covers July through March. And I've compared our 2 years. We've got last year's net levy, which is what would have been billed for the 2019 levy. Again, that's last year's number, the $34,176,217, compared to what we billed this year for the 2020 levy, which is the $34,843,045. So that difference there is $666,828. That would be the growth that we've experienced in our tax levy this current year compared to last year. That's a 1.9% growth percentage there, so pretty good. So that would be the billed amount. Then looking at the next line, we have the collections, and you can see for last year at this point in time, at the end of March, 9 months in the fiscal year last year, we were at $33,041,041 collected, or 96.68%, and that compares to where we are this year at $33,708,008, or 96.74%. So we've consistently been, when I look back at prior years, we've consistently at the end of the year ended up at about 98%, give or take maybe a tenth or more, 98.1, 98.2. And with us already being at 96.74% through March 31st, I feel like we'll at least make 98%, perhaps 98.5% this year. So I think that's great, given we've been in the middle of a pandemic. You know, people are still paying their tax bills. Collections over there, tax collectors still doing a great job of getting that biggest revenue for the county, and that does make up 63% of our general fund revenue, that ad valorem tax piece. So that part I just talked about, that excludes the motor vehicles, because you'll remember now that the motor vehicle piece is actually billed and collected by the state. When you pay your annual renewal for your tag, that's when the state collects the motor vehicle tax on our behalf, and they remit that to us. So it's actually running a month behind. So at the bottom half of the sheet here, you'll see the motor vehicle piece, and that only goes through February. So we're looking at 8 months here, July through February. And last year we were at 1.962 million collected, and this year we're already right at 2.2 million%. So we're up 12% already in the first 8 months of the year, or $236,000. So that's all good stuff for us. Additional revenue as it relates to our ad valorem taxes. So we just got our sales tax number in late today, but I was able to go ahead and plug it into our spreadsheet, and that is the third column, that green highlighted number. You can see this is the January sales that we will receive around April 15th, because remember there's that 3-month lag between the sales and when we actually receive the distribution. And we're going to be receiving the $933,183. And that compared to last year for the same month is up $144,654, which is about an 18.3% increase. So all in all, for the year, 7 months in on sales tax, we're up 14.4% compared to last year. Now, if you move over to the third column before the last column that says fiscal year 21 budget to actual, if you'll remember, we drastically reduced our budgetary estimates last spring, not knowing what effect the pandemic would have on our sales tax numbers. So when you actually compare our actual collections for the first 8 months compared to what we budgeted, we're actually running a surplus of just over $2.1 million in sales tax. Now remember, we spent some of that. We implemented that pay plan, and that was $1.1 million of that, because we felt like, this is going to be the challenge for Brian and I when we sit down and develop next year's budget. We've got to figure out, of this $2.1 million surplus in sales tax, what piece of that is sustainable moving forward, and what piece of that is attributable to this pandemic we're having that's going to come to an end hopefully really soon. So I do feel comfortable that based on what we've seen in growth the last several years, it's been 7-8%, that, that's why I felt comfortable in taking half of that 14%, 7% of that $2 million, and implementing that pay plan study of $1.1 million. So I know we'll be able to cover that moving forward, because we'll have that recurring sales tax to cover that recurring expenditure. So any questions?
Any questions, Randy?
Would you have thought these numbers would have looked like this back in the spring?
Absolutely not. I mean, I really wasn't sure what was going to happen. I don't think anybody really knew, but what we do have is we have the county association, we have the League of Municipalities, which is the city's equivalent to our county association, and they give us guidance every year about this time of year. In fact, we just received revenue projections from the league to try to help us guide us on what we might be looking at. And it was based on their guidance that we reduced our sales tax budget by like 20% last year, not knowing what was going to happen. And of course, the exact opposite, fortunately, has happened for us. So, okay. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Have all of the pay increases been implemented that the commissioners have approved? That is the 2% to every employee and the 1% for service?
Yes.
Even in the sheriff's department?
So in the sheriff's department, what we did was, because the sheriff gave his own raises and implemented his own part.
There's a big problem with that. When you say that, when he implemented that, he doesn't have the authority to do that without the approval of the commissioners.
Well, I'm not here to argue whether he could or couldn't do that. I'm not an attorney. But what I'm saying is, he did that. We know he took that action. It was done. So it would not have been fair for us to give those employees 2% on top of what the sheriff already gave them. So what I did was, I went back and looked at what the pay study recommended for those employees compared to what they received. And if there was any sheriff's employees that did not get a raise equivalent to what the MAPS consultant said they should have received based on their years of service, then we ran the calculation for them, and I can tell you there was only like 11 or 12 of them out of the 102 that fell into that, and they were more of the new hires that happened to.
So, okay, I understand what you said. I don't have a problem with what you did, but, okay, I just wanted to be sure that it had been thoroughly implemented, because I've been hearing rumors that it hadn't been implemented in the sheriff's department. And it could be people complaining because they got more than they should have got, and then they were denied the 2% and the 1% because of that. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. But if I do hear some specific complaints, I will let you know so that you can look at that individual. But just for a record, the sheriff does not have the authority to give raises like he did. That is an illegal act without the approval of the commissioners. And he gets away with that only because 4 commissioners are willing to vote to allow him to do, not to vote against him, let's put it that way. It's the negative. And if that happens again, there's going to be, and I find out that the county has done that, there's going to be serious problems in Beaufort County because that's illegal.
All righty, next. So we have the remaining general fund revenue. So sales tax, remember I told you the ad valorem tax is about 63% of our total revenue. Sales tax is about 17%, so that's 80%. So these revenues here, these revenue sources would be the remaining 20% of our general fund revenue. And you can see that I've given you a comparison of where we were last year compared to this year for the first 9 months of the year. And the first one there, other taxes and licenses, is up considerably, and that's the excise stamp, the real estate transfer tax payment that has to be made, and of course we know that's related to the housing market right now. And then the intergovernmental revenue that's listed next, that is all the grant and federal and state funds that flow through DSS and HELP to run their programs, and that is up considerably this year compared to last year, all due to COVID grant funding. And then finally, under sales and service and other, that's up considerably also, and when I looked at all the details of what made up those numbers, that's pretty much the COVID insurance fees being collected by the health department. Am I under a 3-minute limit too?
All right, no. For some reason or other, I had this thing set to go off at 7:30.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'm almost done.
I apologize.
That's no, you're fine, you're fine.
As long as you've got good news, just keep going.
Oh, yeah, it's all good news. It's saving money, and it's taking in more money than we budgeted. It's just win-win all the way around. These revenues, though, unlike the sales tax, these are not recurring revenues. I feel like they are solely attributable to the COVID and then the huge real estate bump we're having right now. So this is not a continuing revenue we'll probably be able to budget in the future. Hopefully. Hopefully COVID goes away and the additional revenue goes along with it. On the expenditure side, so we are 9 months into the fiscal year, 9/12, that's 75%. So here's a listing. It takes 3 pages to show it all, of all the general fund departments, and where they are percentage-wise spent is the last column. And you can see most of those fall at or below 75%. The ones that don't, I've investigated. There's good reason why they would not. An example would be, well, the fourth one down there, rescue. There's only a $10,000 budget. That's a payment to Sydney Dive Team, so it looks like it's 100% spent. That's because we paid that out. We won't pay any more, things like that. But all in all, general fund expenditures, we're at 73.3% spent. Again, about 1.7% below the budgetary number. So that's good. So revenue's up, spending's down a little bit.
Over the past week, put the numbers back up there for me.
Okay, Melissa.
And first I want to tell you, you've done a good job. You and Brian have done a good job leading this county through these turbulent times.
Thank you.
But over the past week, all I've been hearing and been reading about is we defunded the sheriff. Now, which one of those line items, or show me where the money is that we took from him? Please do that, because if we done it, I want to apologize. I didn't know we had done it.
So I've looked at those numbers. I don't have them here tonight. I can certainly send them to you, but I did go back since the time that Brian and I have been here, which is 5 years, and looked at all the annual appropriations for the last 5 years for his 3 divisions, and each year they increase, with the exception of this year, it stayed the same as last year. So we had an increase for 3 or 4 years, and then this year, because of COVID, while a lot of other county departments did decrease, we actually left them at exactly the same amount as they got the previous year.
So in your numbers that you have up here, there's no hidden money that we defunded him, is it?
No.
Well, where did that come from, I wonder?
I'm not sure.
Please, tell me. I mean, I have heard it, and you've done a good job, baby. Don't get me wrong, excuse me. Ma'am, you've done a good job.
Yeah.
But when you start to hearing and reading in the newspaper and on TV that we defunded the sheriff, somebody need to put the numbers up there, because that is, I mean, you know, that's kind of bad. I mean, it really is, and not only that, I hope you don't cover it up for us. I want you to put it
No,
out there. If we done it, I want you to put it out there.
I completely understand the need for anybody here to make a political statement.
That's not political.
Well, I'm just saying,
It's not political, and it's not constitutional.
Right.
It's right and wrong or lie the truth.
Right.
That's all it is with me.
So,
right and wrong or
all
lie
I
the
can
truth.
tell you is I've taken an oath as the finance officer to just tell the truth and be transparent, and all I want to do is provide you with accurate and correct numbers for you to make good, sound decisions.
Well, Miss
However the numbers fall out, I can't help.
Miss Finance Lady, if I done it, please say it. I mean, please say it. If I'm not talking about the other 6.
I will bring you the numbers and what the numbers demonstrate.
Have them up and put them on the board for me.
I'll bring them next
And
time.
show that it's a level across the board. And one other question I want to ask you. Why is it this year that it's level? Please tell me that. Why is it level?
So this year compared to last year,
You said the first year we gave an increase, the next year we gave an increase, and this fiscal year is level. Why is it level?
we reduced the current year budget by $240,000
Why?
overall.
Who reduced it?
The manager is the budget officer.
Okay.
So the recommended budget to the board was an overall decrease. However, the sheriff's office with his 3 divisions was kept whole compared to the last year. He got the same exact dollar amount. Now, some other county departments did not. They were decreased.
And like I said,
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. I got it. But you done, like I said before, you done a good job. But now correct me if I'm wrong again. The reason it's level this year is because there was 5 million reduction, not of our doing, in 3 cars. Am I correct on that? Tell the truth, let the Lord love you.
Okay, so Brian can correct me if I'm wrong.
Am I
He's
wrong,
the budget
Brian?
officer. The way we view their budget when we're working and negotiating the budget with the chief deputy on behalf of the sheriff's office is his 3 divisions are one pot of money.
Okay.
And they get to choose how they spend it. That's kind of what we've said all along.
I love it.
And so we gave him that same pot of money. Now, if he gave increases somewhere, then he had to find decreases other places to come up with that same amount of money to balance.
So it is not true that we defunded him.
I believe the definition of defunding is when you decrease the annual amount of appropriation, and I'm telling you, we gave them the same amount of money.
You done good. You
This
just have
year's
to
last
dance
year.
around it. You done good.
I thought I said that 3 times already.
Thank you. You done a good job.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Randy, did you have a question? Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Nita.
Thank you.
Good see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're on page 414 in your agenda item. This is a request from the town of Bellhaven to request transfer of ownership of the Cooperage site. So you got that request attached. You have a letter from the town manager that states that the Bellhaven Board of Aldermen voted unanimously to seek acquisition of that property from the county. So let me take you back a few years just to bring everybody up to speed. As you're aware, several years ago, the county worked with the Wildlife Commission. The property was given to the county by the Ross family, and we began a process of working with the Wildlife Commission to put a wildlife-funded 3-ramp boating facility there to increase public access, which is one of the board's goals over the years, is to increase public access to the water. So we did that, and on page 419, you'll see that's the exact copy of the design that Wildlife Resources did, their engineering group did, to show what could be done there, and that was what they were pushing forward. Unfortunately, at that time, the town was not receptive to that opportunity. They said they didn't want to do that, so the Wildlife Resources backed off, the county backed off. There was some change in the elected officials and some change in the administration in Belhaven, and there was an attempt to restart the project. Unfortunately, by that time, Wildlife Resources said, we're out of money, there's really nothing we can do. So it kind of got put to rest for a little while. The town has been working with Wildlife Resources on reviving that original design, again, which I say you have on page 419. You also have a letter on page 418 from Gary Gardner, who is the chief of the engineering division for Wildlife Resources, saying that that is their preferred site. You'll recall there are two sites there. There's what we call the Cooperage site. It was the original site, and then there's what we call the Tillman tract that was given to the county by Mr. Brantley Tillman. When the first site fell apart, we looked at the second site, the Tillman site, to try to put a wildlife ramp on it. They did some designs for us. We ran into an issue essentially both with funding and with access across the railroad track. There's a railroad crossing there that just was not, it was a hurdle we could not overcome with the Tillman track. So it just kind of stayed. Since that time, this board has entertained an offer from a private developer for that property. That has not progressed, essentially waiting on the state of North Carolina on a brownfields agreement. That has disappeared into the COVID era, and we've not been able to get any movement on that at all. So again, the town is back in front of you with a unanimous recommendation by their board to ask you to transfer that property to them. They'd like to work with the Cooperage tract. They'd like to work with Wildlife Resources to build that ramp. What they need is essentially ownership of the property so that they can show that for any grant funding they go after. We've had that conversation with the officials from Belhaven. One of the concerns that this board had going previously with your private developer was that you were concerned that somebody might buy it from you and they might flip it or they might sit on it and not do anything with it. So in our discussions, that point was brought forward to the officials from town of Belhaven and said, you know, our recommendation, if moving forward to the board, if you decide to do this, would be to do it in an option agreement such that if you make that transfer, that it's under an option where the town of Belhaven could show to granting agencies that they have site control, which gives them the opportunity to get grants. Once the project is completed, then you would transfer the property. If you so chose, you would transfer the property to them for fee simple ownership. That would then allow them to own the entire facility. Of course, you know that when we deal with wildlife, wildlife will look after the ramp and they will repair the ramp, but as the owner of the property, you are responsible for cutting the grass, picking up the trash, and those kind of things. So there's some ongoing maintenance, not of the facilities themselves, but of the general parcel that someone would need to take care of. And because of it being inside a municipality, it would make sense for a municipality to do that. And I'll say now that the town of Belhaven has been very gracious to us over the years to look after that site and to cut the grass on that site. So they have stepped up and done that under their own efforts so that we did not have to do that. So we certainly appreciate that. So you'll see that there's some alternatives to this. Obviously, you could move forward with this agreement. You could not move forward with the agreement. You could continue down the track you have with a private developer, or you could ask to restart the Wildlife Resource Project on your own as a county project. Again, I would go back to the fact that if you did that, then you would be responsible for maintenance and you would be responsible for the things that go along with that. And it just makes sense that if that project were to move forward, that it'd be maintained by the town, because we certainly don't need another place to have to go cut grass. There is not another fiscal impact. You'll see there's really not a fiscal impact to the county if you transfer that property. The property was given to the county by the Ross family. You did spend some money initially doing some work on it to get some studies done and those kind of things. Those are obviously sunk costs now. But there would really not be a big fiscal impact. If you chose to move down the process of continuing to try to sell it, if that were ever to be the case, sure, there would be a fiscal impact because you may receive some revenue off that. And then again, the third piece of that is if you decide to go on your own and work with wildlife and try to restart that project as a county project, obviously you're going to incur some cost and some long-term maintenance cost on that. So from our perspective, the recommendation to you would be, as you discuss this, that you do transfer that property, you consider transferring that property to the town of Belhaven for their efforts to try to restart that wildlife ramp construction with the Wildlife Commission, and do that under an option agreement where they can claim site control and they can show that they control the site under the option agreement and they can seek grants for it. And then once the project is completed, then you would turn it over to them to maintain it. The town manager and the mayor are here tonight to answer any questions you may have, and I'll be glad to answer any additional from this side, but that would be our recommendation to you.
Yes.
One thing, one of the reasons that the project didn't go forward initially was the town has a wildlife ramp downtown that was put in, and that was one of the reasons that the town abandoned pursuing this thing. So there is a wildlife ramp downtown. But another issue has come up just this week that involves Beaufort County, and that is the possibility of a passenger ferry to Ocracoke. Now, I don't know where the ferry would come in the Washington area if we were to have it. That's yet to be determined. But if you had two places that a ferry could carry passengers from Beaufort County to Ocracoke would be a great thing. This is the only other place that's readily available that would be a low-cost option for a passenger ferry to Ocracoke. And I don't think we should give this up until the passenger ferry to Ocracoke deal is resolved. There's the brownfields issue. Most of the time, the brownfields issues don't move forward because the brownfields people are not getting the information in a timely manner to make things move forward. So I'm not going to vote for letting Belhaven have this property, even though after the ferry thing is over with, I don't have a problem. We're going to have to figure out something to do with it. But I think it's a lot more valuable to Beaufort County as an option for a ferry to Ocracoke than it is for any other purpose.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Richardson, just to reiterate on the study that's going on, the Institute of Transportation Research and Education, ITRI, with NC State has been engaged by the Department of Transportation to look at potential passenger ferry routes across the coast. That is in response to the existing passenger ferry that they've had at Ocracoke that runs from the mainland over, or runs from the Outer Banks over to Ocracoke. They want to see if are there other potential opportunities to do that. And we were fortunate enough to be placed on that committee as friends of the committee. We immediately said push as far as you can up the Pamlico River with that study. It is my understanding that that's about a 2-year study for them to look at. And Belhaven's aware of that. We asked that the town manager be added to that committee as well. And I think there's some opportunities there at their existing town docks to do that as well. But that is a study that the state is doing, and we'll see how that comes out. It's about a 2-year study is what we understand.
Commissioner Richardson, there is a map, it's not in the book, that I left at everybody's place. This was the proposed marina designed by the Ross family, and if I understood it correctly, when Wildlife was looking at it before, they were looking at the property west of Mill Street and all the way over to Highway 99. That left property on the waterfront that could be used for other purposes. The problem I have is I land the 30 acres, the full 30 acres, but I think there's 11.47 acres in this tract that's west of Mill Street. And that's the same property that Wildlife originally talked about leasing from us.
So, Commissioner Waters, just real quick, I'll draw your attention to page 419. That's where you'll see the Wildlife Resources potential, where they show the potential site, and you'll see that design come in on the old boat landing side where they go in and clear it out and put in the 3-ramp and put in the parking spots. The area to the left of that, toward the town of Belhaven, is where you'll see that's delineated wetlands. The Corps went back in there and delineated those wetlands. So wherever you see those little dotted places, that's wetlands that would not be developable anyway. So there is a small portion of this developable. As you recall, we were having conversations with wildlife about maybe some public-private partnerships right along on that side. So even in their design, they said we would give you access through our facility onto that piece of property where you could do some things because, of course, you do have the 50-foot tar Pamlico buffer that you can't get into, and then you have the wetlands as well. So there's a small portion there.
John, did you have a question?
Is there a bridge south of that proposed marina? Between there and, say, in town? Is there another bridge that goes across the Pungo? No? Okay. Because it's a good, at the rate of the speed of those ferries, that's a good 45 minutes off the Pamlico back up into Belhaven. Round trip an hour and a half, so I can't see any way in the world they're going to make that type of a trip for a passenger ferry. I mean, you can make it to the Swan Quarter in 45 minutes.
The whole idea is ecotourism, and there's a lot of folks that would like that to ride and experience going down the Pungo River, up, down.
I don't see that.
And then up, down the Pamlico River after that. I mean, I think it would be a boon to Belhaven if they could get the ferry there.
Randy, I think you were next.
Vicki, can you come give me 1 minute as to why I need to vote for this?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I've lived in Belhaven all my life, born and raised. And, I was on the board when they decided not to go forward with the project then, which I thought it was a good idea for the town. I still think it is. It's often brought up, like Commissioner Richardson said, about the boat ramp we already have. But what people don't know that don't go there is it's dangerous. There's a lot of stuff underneath the water, a lot of pilots, motors, stuff like that. When our councilman owned a marina that fixed boats, he often get a lot of calls from there. He want to move it from there. Like he said, I could keep my business running just off this boat ramp alone. The end of the ramp has done broke off. We had a truck going there last winter, and it took everything with us good to get it up, tore the truck to pieces, because once it drop off, it's broke. So it's really not a full boat ramp anymore, so it's very dangerous. And another thing is, I ride by there every day. I see it every day. Probably the only other person that's on this board that sees it every day is Commissioner Waters, because he's in our area. When you put in your yard, why do you hire a landscaper? Because you want your yard to be nice when you come in. When I go back across that bridge tonight, what am I looking at? The same thing that's been there. Right, they gave it to the county those years ago. We take care of it. Ain't nobody done nothing else to it. We keep the grass cut. It's a lot that can be done. We want our town to look the same way every other town look. When I ran for mayor, my goal was to get rid of dilapidated houses, get rid of overgrown lots, and we're doing that. We're burning down houses, we're tearing down houses, we're cleaning the overgrown lots, even the ones the town owns, because we didn't feel right to tell our citizens, you have to do this, and our stuff is grown up. We even take care of our own. And we just want to do that there. So when you come into Belhaven, you see what it is. That smokestack is beautiful. People want to see it. Well, you can't see half of it because there's trees and stuff everywhere. So we just want asking that, give us the property, let's take a shot at this. We'll move forward before the marine people come and go ahead and start cleaning it up. That's what we want to do. But we just want to know that we have permission to move forward, seek grants, and go forward with the project.
Mr. Mayor, you just sold it to me.
Go ahead, Stan.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Would you accept title, us conveying the property to you with a covenant that would give the state of North Carolina access to that property and for full consideration at a later date, hopefully for the ferry. If you could get it to come up into your town. You see where what I'm going with that? That's a lot of folks are going to see Belhaven for the first time.
And
I think that would be outstanding.
And I do too. I understand that, and Belhaven is booming, and me and my wife rode the whole town the other day, and it's like 3 houses for sale. People already coming. People already saying Belhaven. They know about it. I think it's now while we got the chance. I don't want to miss the opportunity again. I sit there. I was the only nay vote to keep it going. I was the one voted yes to move forward. I take that back. Everybody else voted nay. I don't want to miss the opportunity again, waiting on a possible ferry that's in just the beginning stages. I'm sorry, I just can't do that. I feel like I owe it to the citizens of my town, the residents in my town, the people that pay the taxes around me that come in town from Pantigga, Belhaven, City Crossroads, High County. I think they deserve more. We have people come this morning, pulled up. The boat ramp was full. Saturday, downtown boat ramp was full, that boat ramp was full. We have citizens putting their own money to fixing the roads. That's stuff that's not being told. They're buying rocks, fixing the roads, because they like the boat ramp so much. So I'm here. I can't wait for it. I'm sorry. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not willing to wait for a ferry. I mean, but it's y'all decision, it's y'all property. But I want to move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
He wasn't saying wait. He said that's an amendment to it.
But what I'm saying is, what if they bring the boat, then what do you do if the ferry comes?
But the ferry come, I think it probably takes precedent over the dock. But if and that's 2 years down the road. So in 2 years down the road, that may never happen that the ferry even look here.
Now how about this? We have the other boat ramp that can be fixed where the ferry can come in. That would be better than that one.
With those motors on it, that you just wrong.
But that right there, either way, you got to clean it out for the ferry to come in, so it don't matter.
So you don't want an amendment on it?
No.
Yes.
Well, I can support what Commissioner Detheridge was proposing, which I think serves everybody. If wildlife wants to come in and do this, and if there's a ferry to Ocracoke out of this place, they're going to work it together so you can do both things. It's a big enough piece of property. Are you talking about the whole 30 acres? Are you talking about the 11 acres you're talking about? I can support it along the lines of having an agreement, not deeding title, and the title can come later once things are consummated, and that is that the ferry to Ocracoke is in the deal. It lets everything go forward.
Mayor, can you tell us what your plans are for the remaining 20 acres? And I know a lot of it's wetlands. I mean, we know what the plan is for the boat ramp, but is there any plans for that you feel like is concrete in the grant writing for the remaining 20 acres?
We had a couple of studies done. We're looking at boardwalks, potential finger piers, the tie-in to from that property to the Tillman property. On the property side, we already have a dock.
Right.
The tie into our dock to make it more accessible, and it's actually add more docking there because it's a lot more water and deeper in the Tillman track actually than at the corner lot. So we just got ideas out there, and we just need we got a certain amount of property that we own. Then we run to the Tillman track, and then of course the Cooper's property.
From the county manager and county attorney's point of view, can that property be not deeded? Can we give them a 2-year option? I mean, what is the recommendation from the staff on how we handle the transaction if we go that route?
I'll let the county attorney speak to the specifics of how you would put a transaction like that together, but our recommendation to you would be, and we've talked to the town and they're okay with that, is that it be given on an option basis such that when they have that option they can claim site control, which is what granting agencies want to know. Do you have site control? Is that by fee title ownership? Is it by lease? Is it by an option? What is that? But as long as you have site control, then they're willing to move forward with grant opportunities. And that's what they're looking for. And our concern, what we had heard the board say before was, we don't want somebody to come in here and sit on it, not do anything with it, or somebody buy it and flip it and do something different. So the conversation we had with staff was, our recommendation would be making an option agreement so that you can claim site control, and then once the project is finished, the county would transfer title to the town, then they would maintain it moving forward.
Commissioner Booth.
So what you're saying, Mr. Manager, is just give them an option for 2 years.
Well, I don't know what the time frame is, but what we were looking at was give them the option agreement so that, and again, the board doesn't have to do that. We were simply listening to what we heard the board say previously, and that was, we don't want somebody going in there and sitting on it, not doing anything. We don't want somebody buying it and flipping it. So what we said was, to alleviate that concern that we heard from the board previously, was let us give you an option on it, and then once you can say, we have site control and can move forward, you get it built, and then once it's built, hey, there it is, and we'll get, and then the board will transfer the property to you.
And I want to help them, I want to help the town of Belhaven. But what I hear you say is, if we just, that it won't be titled to anybody. So we got two options out there right now. One is a private investor, and the other one would be them. So if the private investor come first, before them, what would they do with their improvements?
No, I think what would happen is, if you entered into an option agreement, they would have site control. It would be theirs, essentially. You wouldn't have transferred the deed yet to them, but they would have site control of the property, so they could say to the granting agencies and to wildlife, we can enter into this agreement with you, we can seek grant funds because we have site control. And then once the project is completed, the county would transfer ownership of the property to them, so that if it fell apart, you hadn't given it to them yet.
What do you do, what happens then if, like I said, what would happen? What happens if this private investor comes back up 6 months from now with this study? What happens then?
I think you make a decision on what you want to do. And if you want to do this, you do this. You always have control of that property. This board has control of that property. You've not signed anything. You've not done anything that has bound you to anyone else. And if you say this is what we want to do and you vote, a majority votes to do that, that's what you do, and you tell the developer it's off the market. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to give you the information.
The advice that I was looking for, I mean, I hear it.
Ed, turn your mic on, please.
The reason I ask is because I have had a couple calls from down there, and I want to be transparent. And do you still have my number? Call me sometimes. Each council member, each commissioner have one vote. No one man vote up here is weighted. It's one man, one vote. And I'd like to know these things so I can make an informed decision, because I appreciate what you have done for your city. It has made a remarkable difference. You didn't name Washington, come down there, but I go down there a lot, and I love it, especially fish hoops. But call us all, give us all some respect. We don't go to breakfast down there in the morning, but give us all some respect. I'm gonna vote for it.
But I left a message on your voicemail when you get home. I called you this morning. Yeah, it went to your voicemail. Well, I got the thing this morning.
Stan, I mean, what I'm looking for, it's a kind of a complicated issue in that you need site control. However, there's some issues that I feel the commissioners representing all of Beaufort County, since it was given to Beaufort County, perform for all of our respective constituents, in that we keep this property a public usage, completely take out all private investors. That game's over at this point. I think we ought to be committed to that. But I think we should have some say, while they have site control, we should have some approval, either by covenant or some other relationship, on this contract, which sounds like it's going to be an option to purchase contract, giving you site control. But we retain a covenant that the property they go out and try to seek all usages, all grants possible. However, if there's something comes up, like what Hood was talking about this week, that sounds like it could be the very best for Beaufort County, we should have some determining say in what happens. And I want to keep that string attached to this piece of property.
Yeah, I'm somewhat of the same mind that Stan is, and that is I don't want to lose the option for the ferry thing. I know that it's a long shot, but I don't want to lose that option if the state were to come up with a study that said Belhaven would be a point that the ferry might stop at. I think we need to keep that option in there, and I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, if they do that, but the next question that I have is, getting this thing through the brownfields process increases the value and the usefulness and the flexibility of the future of the property tremendously. Who is the applicant for the brownfields?
The county's the applicant for the brownfields.
Who is our consultant?
We don't have a consultant. We're dealing directly with the brownfields folks. It has been accepted onto the program. We are simply waiting for the state to write the agreement. And we've been waiting on them for the last year and a half to write the agreement.
Well, brownfield stuff is moving slow. I do a little bit of brownfield, but, I think that we need to be writing, let me turn this thing on. I think that we need to be writing them a letter to make this thing go forward, because brownfield stuff that I've seen usually gets hung up when the applicant is not providing enough of the information, and let me put this in quotes, that the state wants to hear. So it gets to be a tricky little thing.
We actually had, there was a gentleman who was in charge of that piece at brownfields. He left or took another job or moved up in the ladder, I guess. The lady who took over his place, we actually had her come and visit. We met her on site a year and a half ago, and she said it would take me 3 months to do this. I've sent her emails and called and emails, and I cannot get a response, and I can't get a response from her boss either. So
She's got the COVID. All right. Lynn,
Yes.
do you have something, comments?
First of all, thank you for having us and entertaining this conversation. I just wanted to add that we are in the process of working on an economic development strategy for Belhaven. And the property and the possibilities of this property and how it can grow, the access to the water and the attraction that it would bring for the number of boats. I think the trailer parking area is 75 trucks and trailers. And, that's going to be at least 2 people in every truck. And then possibly some of the out parcels that are available also on this big tract of land could be developed as private development that could support the boating industry. I think there are a lot of opportunities there, and certainly as we've discussed it, and all of the council members, as I said, they voted unanimously, believe that this is a real possibility and a real opportunity for Belhaven. And certainly, if there are possibilities of bringing a ferry to Belhaven, then absolutely. We want to hear all of the conversations. We want to hear all of the ideas, because we want to do what's best for our town and ultimately what's best for our county. And we believe that a water access area with the Wildlife Commission, however it turns out to be written down on the paper, because of this type of agreement, would be a positive thing for all of Beaufort County, not just Belhaven.
Is a 2-year option, is that workable?
As we all know, everything works very, very slowly with state and local government. So we know that an opportunity to work with DOT for a ferry could be slow. Opportunities with wildlife could be slow. So certainly we're bringing patience to the table as well. So I think that would be amenable with our council.
One of the things that went down in this transaction that's not written down to my knowledge, other than the real estate agent that handled the transaction for the Ross family, is the Ross family said that if there was one thing that they could get us to do, it would be name that after Ross. And I would like for whatever we do, I don't know what you can call it when wildlife is in there too.
Right.
But that's unwritten. But it was on the tax book, I think, at the time for $1.8 million. So I think we need to try to honor that.
And I think there's plenty of space and plenty of opportunity as this property becomes developed, that is certainly an opportunity that we can entertain.
Any other questions, discussion before we see if there's, okay, somebody make a, well, I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to make a motion.
And y'all can change it. I move that we enter into an agreement with the town of Belhaven so that they have control of the property, the Ross property, for a period of 2 years, and that within that agreement, that the city, and however the lawyers want to word it, do not lose the option of a passenger ferry use should the state decide to do that. Well, the option is renewable, at our thing. I think they would come back if they were still working on it. I don't think they're going to finish it in 2 years, frankly. I think, and so, if you want to make it a 3-year agreement, I don't have a problem with that. But the option certainly be renewable at our mutual agreement.
Are you going to add to the motion? All right. You going to, okay.
If that's a motion, would you amend that motion to also include that the property remain for public usage only and not be developed?
I could put that in there, but if they were to come up with a plan that involved public-private, they'd bring it back to us and we would either approve it or disapprove it. I don't have a problem with part of it as private use. It's not a problem with me. Now, about half of that property is 404 wetlands because I did the survey for the Ross family.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's only about 12 acres hood that's footprint that you can actually build on out of the 30 acres.
Yeah, it's messy wetlands too. They're hard to deal with.
So what we're going to do is, your motion is to give them the control of the property while the county still having, for lack of a better word, a remainder interest to approve or disapprove of what happens to the property once they go and seek grants.
Well, I don't know that we want to approve or disapprove whatever they want to do. I think that you can specify in there, we're specifying in there that we don't want to lose the option of the ferry, and if they, as much of it as they want to use for public use, they can. And again, I don't have a problem with private use of the property. There's nothing magical about it. It's important that the property be used from my viewpoint. So, I don't know whether you agree with that or not.
I'm okay as long as this doesn't go down a different track later. And I'm sorry, we can't, you don't have a piece of property here for the ferry, because I think it's a champion idea.
Well, I think that's built into it's baked into the agreement. We're not going to lose the option for the ferry.
As long as that's understood right now before we vote.
Well, there's a lot of, even though it's wetlands, there's a lot of waterfront property there that I've been told that CAMA has said you can build a pier across there. So, you can do something beyond to the left when you look at the map to the left.
And the town has that, do you have a boat ramp or is it just a pier on the end toward the feed mill down there where it was needed? It's just a pier, but there's a lot of wetlands in front of that, but you could develop things there with boat ramps and things like that if you needed to. So, but again, wetlands is a big issue on the property.
John?
I guess I just wanted to be clear that we're not putting you in a position that you can't work with it. If we give you permission to have ownership of the property or site control of the property, are you going to move to get grants for putting in the ramps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you get all that and you get it installed and all of a sudden we're talking about a ferry.
No, that's not part of it.
That's what I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
I
understand it is, they can seek funding and they can seek, they have the use to do that, but if something else comes along that's maybe a better opportunity, it would be at our behest that they seek that opportunity.
Well, but what if it happens within 2 years?
Well, the way it would work, if you have that option.
Gentlemen, we had 3 mics on. So,
excuse me. They could not go out in whatever plans they do and abandon the right of the ferry to come there. And that's going to get washed out in the next couple of years, just like the manager said. So, it's a part of the agreement. They can't develop without giving due diligence to the ferry. So that's in the agreement. So we're covered.
Yes.
I think we should just stick with whose original motion. I think that.
I don't think the motion's changed.
No, you said you wanted to amend it.
Well, we didn't agree to it.
Okay, all right.
I just think we have an understanding. I think this is on video, we got an understanding that the ferry comes first, everything else comes second, they get to control the property.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, we have a second. Is there any more discussion? Brian, you look like you're reaching.
No, I just want to make sure we're clear for the attorney, so he's clear on how we write this up, and clear for the clerk so that she can record the motion.
Katie, can you read back Hood's, not what Stan said, but Hood's?
What I have was enter an agreement that they have site control for 2 years and that they don't lose the possibility of a passenger ferry and that is renewable after 2 years.
You agreeable with that? Are you agreeable, Randy?
Correct.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, we're going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And look, next time when you start naming off the places, don't forget Pike Road. Okay? And Washington.
I got you.
And Washington.
All the surrounding areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
I think it's already being used by at least 15 different fishermen, that ramp there.
Yeah.
And thanks again for mowing it, keeping it mowed and looking nice.
Yes, sir. That's what we even do, make the town diverse from what people see, what they has the hole that they come in.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Brian, you got the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the discussion on the expansion of broadband services in Beaufort County. So just to walk you back through the history of this project. On October the 4th of 2019, Beaufort County signed an agreement with River Street Networks to develop a countywide fiber to the home engineering study. You did that with partners. Those partners included the Committee 100, Tideland Electric Corporation, Tri-County Foundation, and Nutrien. They helped go in with us on paying for the cost of that study. That study was to design, was to look at what it would cost to design and construct a fiber to the home for every home in Beaufort County, throughout the entire county. Now, when they presented that study to you, it showed different options. One was a backbone that just laid in the backbone of the project. And then there was another that essentially overbuilt the entire county and put fiber at every home. That project in total was about $100 million. Obviously an extremely expensive project to do. But that was the starting point. You had to understand where it was you were. As you all well know, the broadband maps that are used by the federal government and by the state of North Carolina are extremely inaccurate. They look at census tracts. It depends upon whether it's the state or the federal government, but they're looking at it from a census tract or a census block piece. And if one home in that census block is touched, then the whole block lights up. So it shows that the entire block is served. And that's not necessarily the case. I think you had a presentation last month or month before that showed, and I've read that study, that about when they did the pilot project for the new fabric mesh network that they're looking at to determine what the actual service is to locations across the United States. It was in Missouri and Virginia. They did pilot projects on it. They found that it was about the old method was about 38% inaccurate. It overstated it by that much. So if you look at what the state says and what the federal government says, Beaufort County is served, I think about 86% of the people in Beaufort County are served by broadband. And I think we all know on the ground that's not the case. And I think that if you look at the engineering study that you commissioned and paid for with your partners, you will see that that is not the case. So moving forward from that, under the general statutes, counties are allowed to partner with broadband providers to provide them grants to put in infrastructure. The general statutes allow you to do that. The general statutes don't allow you to be in the broadband business. And what I've said to folks is the majority of counties don't want to be in the broadband business, and I don't think Beaufort County wants to be in the broadband business. That's not what we do. But there is an opportunity to use funding through the general statutes to help existing broadband providers put in infrastructure to serve areas that currently aren't served or are underserved and won't be served by the incumbent providers that are here. So with that in mind, on October the 9th of 2020, the board approved and we published a request for proposals seeking proposals from qualified broadband providers to expand the broadband connectivity to unserved and underserved areas of Beaufort County. That was published in accordance with the general statutes. It was sent directly by mail to every provider in Beaufort County who was a broadband provider and every potential provider of broadband in Beaufort County. It was sent individually to them. It was also posted on our website. It was required to be up for 30 days. We had it up for over 45 days. It was also posted on the state of North Carolina's interactive purchasing site, which directly sends it to folks who do that kind of work. They sign up and say, if you ever have this, send me the information. And when that went out on November the 30th, when we received proposals, we got one proposal. Now, there's more than one provider in Beaufort County, but we received one proposal, and that proposal was from River Street Networks. You didn't get a proposal from Suddenlink. You didn't get a proposal from Verizon. You didn't get a proposal from anybody else. Any of the telecommunication companies that serve this county, none of them responded to it. None of them even asked any questions about it. River Street has a history and a track record of doing this kind of work. They have done it in this county. If you look in the Belhaven area, they have provided fiber to the home. They went out on their own and they got federal grant funding in millions of dollars to put that in, and they've been extremely successful in what they've done. They've been extremely successful in other states. They did a very similar project to this in King and Queen County in Virginia. So based on that proposal that you received, it was evaluated, and the board at a regular meeting on March the 1st of this year entered into a memorandum of understanding. It was a 5-year MOU. You entered into that with River Street Networks, and that MOU was to provide the cornerstone for the structure of future binding contracts that would help in putting forth the mission of providing broadband services to unserved and underserved areas of Beaufort County. So you've gone through all of the processes. You've taken all the steps that you need to take. The plan with this was that we were going to chase grant funding. There was what's called RDOF from the federal government, Rural Broadband Opportunity Fund, where it's a reverse auction, where they put out a bunch of money and they say, you reverse auction it down to provide service in the area, and you got to provide service in the area between 5 and 6 years, broadband service. Well, River Street was participating in that, and you remember when they came and talked to you about that, they said, we're under a gag order. We can't talk to you about what we're doing because we're in what's called a quiet period with the federal government. None of the providers were able to talk about that. Well, that auction occurred, and it's my understanding that auction went down to just about $0. That the big boys who got involved, the large telecommunication industry got involved, and they essentially bid it down to essentially nothing. Now, That auction is still in the long form page where they're evaluating to see. But Elon Musk's group got a ton of money to serve a whole bunch of places across the United States. Beaufort County is one of those. A partnership between Spectrum and Charter and a couple of them, it's called CCP Holdings, got a bunch of money to serve areas. And then the state of North Carolina, who has their great grant piece, changed the legislation of the great grant that said if you are eligible for one of these RDOFs, then you can't get great grant funding, which put us in a position where we were essentially out because River Street didn't win any of that, and we're not able to apply for great grant funding because we are eligible under the other, although we have no idea, and I seriously doubt whether any of those large companies are going to come to Beaufort County and do supposedly what they said they were going to do, because they only have to pay it's either a $2,000 or $3,000 fine if they turn it down. So from that, the general statutes allow you to enter into granting agreements with a qualified broadband provider that you have selected through an RFP process. You've done that. Just so happens that the American Rescue Plan Act that was recently passed by Congress and signed by the President is estimated to provide about $9.1 million to Beaufort County. Now, we have not received final guidance from Treasury on that, but if you read that bill, in the plain language of that bill, it reads, the funds may be used to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So, you have the ability to do that. General Statute 153A 459 authorizes counties to provide grants to unaffiliated qualified private providers of high-speed internet access service for the purpose of expanding service in unserved areas for economic development in the county. What I would say to you is, if you look at this opportunity with federal funding, to use a portion of that federal funding, what I'm recommending is $7.2 million of that $9.1 million we're anticipated to get, and put in that fiber backbone. I believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an extreme impact on the health, education, economic development, and quality of life in Beaufort County. You've already seen that existing providers are not going to provide the service. You as a board have the opportunity to step up and say, this is something we're going to do because we're the only ones who will do it. It doesn't put you in the broadband business, but it allows you to take a provider that you've vetted and gone through and have an MOU with to move forward with that and put in a backbone that can be built out as funding and as grant opportunities become available. I think it's an opportunity that will continue to grow. Whatever that final legislation that comes out of Washington regarding the infrastructure bill, it's a great big huge infrastructure bill right now. It's probably obviously going to get whittled down a lot, but I think Representative Kidwell said that the state understands that there's a big issue with broadband. I believe the federal government understands there's a big issue with broadband. So my belief is that there's going to be something additional coming out of the federal government under this infrastructure plan, this future infrastructure plan, if it gets through, to provide additional funding for broadband. The opportunity to put in that fiber backbone to have the starting point for where you can serve the rest of the county is tremendous. And we're not talking about an opportunity that just says we're going to give this away to you. In our conversations with River Street, they understand that and have put forward a revenue sharing agreement so that the county would share in revenues that come off of that infrastructure in perpetuity. So people that connect to that line, there's a portion of the revenue that's generated off of it would come to the county. So in my world, when you can take federal dollars that you don't have to pay back, one-time money, and invest it in something that increases the resources for education, healthcare, economic development, quality of life, and you turn it into a recurring revenue stream, it just doesn't get any better than that. They have also agreed that they would allow us access into that fiber system to do attachments as we might need to in that cooperation. And they also have a program where folks who are on public assistance who need help get a discount on access into that system. So this is an opportunity, in my opinion. It is ultimately for the board to decide. But I believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a tremendous impact on Beaufort County that nobody else is going to do. I think you've seen that over the years, and this is a great opportunity to do that. So I know you're going to have a lot of debate about that, and I'm glad to answer any questions you may have. But our recommendation to you would be that you allow the county attorney and myself, and any of the board members that want to be a part of that negotiation. I am happy for you to sit at the table with us as we talk to River Street about that. But our proposal to you would be that you allow the county attorney, myself, and again any commissioner that wants to sit on that group to develop an agreement with River Street to build out that countywide fiber backbone using American Rescue Act funds, roughly in the amount of $7.2 million to do that. I know you've seen an email that came from the chairman earlier today where there's been some increase in that. Obviously, if you think about it, River Street has some agreements with Corning. Corning is the largest producer of fiber, probably in the world. They have some agreements with them that help lock them in on some numbers. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that when you start dumping a ton of infrastructure money into the states and into the local municipalities, and folks are looking at broadband, that the price of fiber is going up. And the cost of doing that is going up. So it's if you're going to do it, it's a good opportunity to move quickly with it. So what we would ask is that you allow us to put that agreement together that would include a revenue sharing agreement with River Street on any of that funded infrastructure that goes in, and that we bring it back to you for final approval at the next board meeting. And I'm happy to answer any of those questions you may have.
Questions? Just for the public record, Tri-County Telephone, when I was president, rolled the dice on a fiber project. It was 75% loan and it was 25% grant money. It was for $16 million. And that was to put fiber in front of almost 6,000 homes, and it was 350 miles. A little bit of that's in Washington County, and a little bit of it is in Hyde County. Our board discussed that around 11. David, you were there. I think it was around 2011, 10 years ago. And we kept saying, we're going to die if we keep the copper, and we may end up having to merge or sell if we do the fiber. And that's why Wilkes now is a partner operating as River Street Networks. One of the speakers tonight, Wayne Sawyer, is a director of Tideland EMC. Tideland serves Pamlico County, and at the Beaufort County, Pamlico County line, I know there's one. There might be 3 substations in there that they're trying to get fiber to. Tideland is one of our other fairly large corporations that's based in Pantega. It means a lot to them to be able to tie in all of their locations by fiber. If you stop and think, tonight we agreed to refinance at a lower interest rate $31 million. And that was all for water. And we developed water districts because we felt like that was important. And, we're paying the loan back. And we're making some progress there. I mean, what Brian's talking about is taking part of this federal money that's coming in that's interest-free and us being able to invest and have a revenue stream coming in. It was risky when we did it, but I think as we look back, the cost, and I want you to, the email that you got today, I asked Greg, I said, Greg, tell me what it costs per mile now. The cost now is $51,300. When we did the project 10 years ago, the average cost was $15,000 per mile. The cost to go from the mailbox or the road all the way into the home and all the electronics and the fiber that you have to apply in the ground, that cost was $1,500. And you can see from Greg's email here, that cost now is $2,900, say $3,000. It's, to me, every meeting that we go to, you hear it national, you hear it state, and you hear it right here tonight. Broadband is very important to everybody. One of the things that we have in Beaufort County now, because of the COVID, we're getting people coming in and buying property with young kids that both of them are working. Both of them are working from home. And their number one concern is broadband, high-speed broadband. So it's, from an economic development point of view, it's very important. But it's really important for the businesses that we have on the south side of the river. So I'm going to support that. I've already disclosed what my ownership is, but there's no cash money going in Frankie's checking account. But I think it's one of the best decisions that we can make here in Beaufort County. So, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You know, I have a problem. This is money that is coming, is really stimulus funds is what it is. And it is a lot of money, and it can do a lot of good for the people of Beaufort County. I have two problems with this. One is that's money coming into the county that can help everybody in this county, not just 660 people who don't have a broadband or to their home. That's just 660 people. That's $10,400 per person that these people are offering to spend on this. I don't know much about economics, but that don't make sense to me. I have a problem with procedure. This should be put up for the fact that we have this money should be advertised for a jubilee period of 3 months. Let everybody in the county that has something that will benefit come forward and make their presentation, and then the commissioners decide how to spend this money. This is being dropped on us as something that came out of the Obama administration that they told us broadband was important. We just saw disaster in broadband when we tried to educate children from broadband. So you have to ask yourself how important it is. There's another problem with the proposal. The proposal may be a dinosaur in itself because we will be getting the internet off satellites. They're putting the satellites up now. It may not be long till we're in the same position that we're in with cell phone versus a hard line to your phone, which is the cheaper, which is the best, and what works for you. So we may be building out a dinosaur with what we're doing. I propose that the county advertise for 90 days, let people come forward with their ideas about how our windfall should be spent, rather than it being spent on a few people with some very questionable uses. And some of the things that I can think of without even thinking that would help our county is, what if we use this money to build out our mega sites for our trash? What if there's a lot of people in the county who are really interested in recycling? There's a lot of people in the county who are interested in better sites. We're already doing preliminary, it's planning, it's sketch plans, it's not designs, for mega sites for our trash handling in the county, and to be able to recycle more and to reduce our tonnage so we can save even more money. My estimate is we can do all of this for about $2.5 million. How about those potholes that you drive through now to get to throw your trash off? What if we put some pavement down for those? Just think about how that would benefit every person in the county. Another thought, what if, and I don't know the answer to these things, I'm just saying what if we improve the avionics at the airport? I mean, we got a tremendous opportunity here to, if you improve the avionics, we may be able to get bigger planes, more complicated planes to come to Beaufort County, and people may store some of those planes here, in which case we could tax them. So that's another advantage to improving things in Beaufort County. What if Aurora for years has had a sewer system that's operating on the edge? What if we use some of that money to improve the Aurora sewer system and help the environment? What if we, I'm just thinking out loud about things. If you have a jubilee with this that lasts for 3 months with people presenting projects, and we sit down as commissioners and go over these projects and decide how to spend this money, I think we're going to help the people in Beaufort County a lot more. Just remember, for all those wealthy farmers that came in here and gave their talk earlier, all of them are multi-millionaires. Okay, they came in here and gave their talk. They can get what they need off of satellites. You can get internet right now today off the satellite by simply subscribing to it. So what is paying an extra $40 or $50 a month for the internet for somebody that needs it and wants it versus us spending $10,400 to get it to their house? At 5%, $10,400 is like, what, $200? And that $200 will pay for 6 months of this. The economics of this thing just simply does not work, folks. So, I make a motion that the county, before we decide to spend this money and enter into this contract, have a 3-month jubilee when we allow all comers in the county, all the citizens of the county, and anybody that wants to, whatever entity, to present to the county their idea of projects that will improve Beaufort County, and that we then look at that and that we then decide what to do, because the money hasn't been dropped yet. And with the federal government, you don't know how fast or slow their printing presses are running. You don't know when you're going to get the money. So we have plenty of time to do this. That's a motion.
I'll second that motion with a comment. This American Rescue Act was passed in February. It's $1.9 trillion in principal and interest that we're obligating our children to for who knows how long it's going to take for them to pay it back. We're not going to even start paying it back. We can't. We don't have the money. We're getting close to $29 trillion. We're in debt right now. It was a fully partisan plan. Not one Republican signed on to it. Not one. Because they saw how much money it was going to be and how much money was not being used for COVID. So my feeling is, if we're going to take this $9.1 million, we need to do what is best to serve every household to whatever extent we can do that. I think it needs to be studied, it needs to be considered, and we need to make the best choices possible, because with $9.1 million coming into our hands where we don't pay a dime for it is a largesse we're not going to see anytime soon. While I don't want it, if we're going to get it, I don't want to put it all in one basket. Hood was talking about solid waste. I can tell you right now, solid waste / recycling will affect every household in the county. We'll be able to save money by keeping product out of the landfill. And I'm going to come to you guys next month and let you know what I found out on some of my travels. And we can do a great service to this county by keeping quite a bit of recyclable materials out of landfills if we'll just spend a little bit of money. And we can spend that money coming from our federal government, which we didn't want to begin with, but we got it, so let's not waste it.
Okay, Randy. Would 3 months mess us up any at all with what you're doing?
The money drops within, the first tranche of funds drop within 60 days of signature. The next 50% comes 1 year after that 60-day period. It's a decision the board's got to make. I mean, it doesn't impact me, but it does impact, I think, as you've heard, if when you line up, when municipalities and counties and states start lining up to get on to acquire materials to do this, the price is just going up. And under this American Rescue Act plan, every municipality in the United States is going to get direct funding. Every county in the United States is going to get direct funding. So
I know with the farmers, I did some work for Mr. Peel years ago, and you're talking about satellites, but his tractor looked like a spaceship. But he said a lot of it didn't work because he couldn't get satellite coverage, and I think it was John Deere or somebody, whoever ran the system said that's impossible. This comes from satellite. And so they came down there, and it still didn't work, and they couldn't figure out why. So, this is a really hard decision because I think that the benefits will allow us to do what you want to do, but if we can wait 3 months, I get what you're saying. But if we need to have our ducks in a row, I understand what it means to have things shovel ready. And so I like the internet. I think young people come in, the real estate folks say that's the first thing out of their mouth is, can I get the internet? And I'm guessing this backbone too would provide cable TV as well, right?
My understanding is it would provide all the services that they currently provide, yes.
It's primarily streaming now. I mean, it's not, the cable's on the way out, so it's just streaming.
Right.
Let me, go ahead.
Mr. Manager, you're correct about we need internet in Beaufort County. The only problem that I have is why somebody else didn't apply. And I have said on several meetings, and the reason that people are not applying, especially in our county, you got miles and miles that there's not a house. And that cost, that cable don't skip that place. You still got to run that cable to get to the next house. But that is the reason people are not applying. It's not that we don't need it. It's not that our service is that bad. But the thing that I want to see is, I want the people that need it the most don't be left out. Southside needs it. Northeastern Beaufort County up around Long Acre, Acre Station, Pine Town need it. Now, don't get me wrong, the cable's already coming down 264. I think Tri-County, Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, it stops right along there somewhere by Beaufort Community College.
Out of college.
That's right.
Out of college.
And this is, and I had my grandson here this summer, and we do pretty good in the city of Washington. It ain't perfect, but it took him all day long to get on his computer to do his homework. And we got to do better than that. We got to do better than that. Now, I don't like taking all this money that somebody gave us and one man holding it all up. But this is one man that have the service to do it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'll raise the issue of whether you should vote on this or not. I think your admission that you're a former president of the company that's going to benefit from this, you're a stockholder in the company that's going to benefit from this, I don't think you should vote. I think you have a conflict of interest.
From a public perspective, I agree with you 100%, Hood, but I've been to 2 ethics courses that's put on by the UNC School of Government, and the way it's been explained, it's not a conflict. Now, I'll ask our attorney or our county manager to tell me otherwise.
I'm not your attorney, but you are perfectly correct.
You've been there.
I've been there, I've said that the city is.
Yeah.
It's not a conflict of interest for me voting for whatever school board you use.
Well, I will support what Commissioner Richardson is trying to do. I think that's the right thing to do. And we'll have, is it okay to have like a public hearing for the next 3 months in the commissioners meeting to talk about it?
I think so, and I was referring to your voting on whether they should go ahead with the contract or not for $7 million, not this particular, not my motion.
I don't like the word jubilee. So can we, how about a discussion or public hearing for the next 3 months during our meeting?
I don't have a problem with that. Call it whatever you want to, but it's a jubilee for the public because the public can come in and tell us about things that will benefit them. But call it a public hearing.
Okay. Commissioner Revolts.
Can we do both at the same time?
No.
Well, wait. So this is not, I mean, this isn't a commitment of the 7.2.
No, but you don't know what people are going to walk in the door with. Somebody may walk in the door with something that's a whole lot better. You're committing 7.2, you got very little money left. This is for the public to decide how to spend their money.
So, Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Walker's question, the American Rescue Plan Act money has got to be spent by December 31 of 2024. So, if you want to put fiber in the ground, you got to move. That's all I'm going to say.
Commissioner Booth, I need to correct you. You mentioned Acre Station, Pinetown. On the north side of this river, Tri-County goes over to Bath, goes down 32 all the way to the Washington County line. It goes down Long Ridge Road all the way to the Washington County line. So Pinetown, Acre Station, all those have it. And we come all the way out to the college. It comes down 32. It goes by Pamplico Plantation. Help me out. What am I missing? Bath is surrounded. We're up to Bath.
But my interest was, and my comment was, is I know the south side if you live out there. I know where it is. I was riding up down the road through the equipment find up there and stopped right down there by the Steins in Washington County.
Yeah.
I was riding up there. I know where it is, but I just don't know the south side not to get any money. So,
So I can show you that, or I can pull it up on the screen so you can see that the majority of this project is on the south side. The small piece of this is in the old Fort area.
and that'll cover our county.
It will put in the backbone that would allow you to begin to build out the rest of the county based on money and demand.
Any other commissioner? Okay, we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion?
The motion, let's be sure. Some people may be confused. The motion we're voting on is to have for the next 3 months, to have people come and present their ideas about how to spend this money. Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Those opposed? All right. The next item, Brian, I think is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendations from the jail committee. As you'll recall, or I'm sorry, you may not recall, but there was a regular jail committee meeting on March the 24th where the committee discussed and unanimously recommended the following items. One was to seek approval from the Board of Commissioners to request a formal needs assessment from the National Institute of Corrections for the Beaufort County Detention Center. And number two was to request approval from the Board of Commissioners to establish an inmate transfer policy that would move inmates who had been in the detention center for over 120 days to another facility that provided recreational opportunities in an effort to mitigate potential federal Eighth Amendment claims. There were some questions about this in discussion with the Chief Deputy. He said that the majority of inmates who might spend in excess of 120 days in the detention center prior to trial were probably being held on violent crime or major drug trafficking charges, and that may be 4 to 5 inmates at any one time. And in general, it was his opinion that the average stay for other pretrial detainees was 45 to 60 days. He indicated that 180 days was generally the maximum amount of time an inmate might be sentenced to serve time in a local detention facility instead of a state correctional facility, because there was a question about that. But he did state that on those occasions, that time was usually reduced by time served already awaiting the trial. So the recommendation is to consider these recommendations from the jail committee as recommendations and for the board to formally adopt them.
Questions of Brian?
Well, I don't have a problem with the recommendations because they solve problems, but I think we should set this as a recommended policy, not as a ironclad ordinance, because there are a lot of things that come up that may cause exceptions to this.
Well, our district attorney said a lot of times people, if you talk about moving them, they say, no, I want to stay right here. So, I mean, you have that going on. Or could have.
It's not up to them.
Yeah. All right. Any discussion? Somebody want to make the motion to
I I move that we accept the recommendations of the committee as advisory and not as mandatory. But I would hope that they would almost make it mandatory, because I don't want to get into a trap with this.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. John?
If it's advisory, how do we go forward?
Well, it's advisory to the sheriff, and if he doesn't do it, then we can come back and make it mandatory, so we
Okay,
can.
well, I think what the jail committee recognized was the sheriff was not going to be the one signing the letter, the request. And so as CEO, we would have the county manager sign the letter. And I talked to the guy, Mike Jackson, with the National Institute of Correction, and he said that would work.
Signing the request, I don't understand.
There's a formal request you got to send to them to start the process of them coming out and evaluating.
John, I think Brian's talking about.
So there are two recommendations. You might want to take them one at a time.
Yeah, he didn't present that recommendation. I'm not even talking about that recommendation. Did you present that? Yeah, but I'm only talking about as opposed to the maintenance, the running of the.
Do we have a second? We do? Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, that was on both recommendations or the one recommendation on
No, the 120.
Okay.
The 120. Will you walk us through that second recommendation in a short version again?
Actually, it's the first recommendation.
Okay.
That was to seek a formal needs assessment from the National Institute of Corrections for the detention center. That's been done before.
Yeah.
But what we were advised was that it should be updated, and that I think Commissioner Rebels made the comment that he had talked with folks from the feds, and that it would take someone from the county doing that, because the sheriff has declined to do that, is my understanding.
Oh, wonderful. Sheriff
John, did you finish?
He said that's not unusual. The guy from NIC.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the sheriff trying to do that, especially with all the controversy that's going on with the sheriff. He's a very cooperative individual. That's said sarcastically. We've had this before. The only request that I have, if we do it, is I want to be notified of all of the meetings. I want to be able to attend the meetings, because quite frankly, things are not always presented in an accurate way, and I want to be there.
We can specifically put you on as a team member.
This is on the jail committee?
No, this is on the NIC.
Right, okay.
Site visit.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
All right. Got a motion to approve, second? All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Okay. You still got a couple left?
Yes, on page 423, this is a lease agreement with the Judicial District Manager's Office. The county currently leases approximately 655 square feet of office space over at the old Tideland Mental Health Building to the Department of Public Safety, and that's for the Judicial Manager's Office. This is one of those that you're allowed to charge on. You're not allowed to charge for other, but you can charge for this one. They are looking to renew under a 3-year lease agreement, and they've agreed to a 5% increase in the revenue in the lease amount. So there'd be an annual increase in revenue amount of $432.30. So we recommend your approval on renewing that 3-year lease at a 5% increase.
All right, got a motion. One of you want a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, Brian, you got one more?
So the last item I have for you is on page 434, and this is related to the American Rescue Plan Act. It's the voluntary extension of Emergency Paid Leave and Emergency Family Medical Leave Act. You have a blog that was attached, written by Diane Jeffers from the School of Government regarding this. As you recall, the original Families First Coronavirus Response Act that was enacted in March of 2020 required employers to provide 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave and allowed the expansion of job protection benefits under FMLA. Beaufort County complied with those requirements under that act, and in addition, we allowed employees, if they needed to request up to an additional 80 hours of sick leave that would be advanced to them that they would pay back over the next 2 years. As of today, or as of the writing of this agenda, no one has requested that. We have had employees who have used their emergency sick leave that was required under the original act, and all of our employees have been given the opportunity to get the vaccination if they want the vaccination. So, based on that, this is obviously a policy decision, but it is our recommendation to you that you not adopt this additional extension of sick leave and family medical leave under the American Rescue Act plan.
I move that we not adopt as recommended by staff.
I'm sorry, there's one second piece on that, and I'm sorry, I had to make that clear. What I'm also asking you to do is not adopt that, but of the 80 hours that were required under the first federal legislation that you did do for employees who have used some of that time because they had to, or employees who haven't used any of that time. My recommendation to you would be, because it was a benefit that was provided for every employee, that the employees be able to use that as sick leave, so that you roll that to your regular sick leave, and they be able to use that just like all other employees were able to use it if they needed to. It doesn't give any more, it doesn't allow for any additional, but it just says you were granted 80 hours under the federal act. If you use 40 of it, you can take that additional 40 and roll it to sick time, and then it can be used for sick time, or it rolls to retirement with the state of North Carolina at the end of your career. So.
Well, I'll back out, let somebody else make that recommendation.
Why would they, I mean, you said if you give them the 80 hours, and if they don't use but 40, they can put the other 40 hours towards their sick leave that they accrue all the time?
Yeah, I'm just saying everybody has a running total of vacation time and sick time. And all I'm saying is that the federal government required Beaufort County and every other employer to give 80 hours of emergency sick leave to every employee you had. You did that. Some employees used that benefit. Some employees didn't have to use that benefit. I'm simply saying to you, provide that benefit to every employee. It's the right thing to do, I think. Just because you didn't use it, you may need it later. So a time frame on that is probably not fair. So what I'm saying is just allow that sick time to roll into their regular sick time. So if I'm currently carrying a balance of 80 hours of sick leave right now, and I've used 40 of my emergency leave, then that 40 that's left rolls into my regular sick leave, and I have 120. It's the same. And from our perspective, what we try to do is what's right and what's fair. And because you didn't have to use that leave, why should you be penalized? You ought to be able to have the opportunity to use that just like everybody else did.
How many employees would this move affect, Mr.
I don't know the answer to that. I couldn't tell you. I don't know who's used emergency leave related to COVID. It's not something I have access to.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second? Add a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Did you stand, is that a yay or a nay? Okay. That was unanimous, Katie. These guys are getting excited about going home and watching the basketball game, the national championship.
We won't ever make it.
Brian, do you have anything else?
That's from good, thank you.
Okay. Carney, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board. Two items for you tonight. I'm going to present the first. Under the data usage agreement and the MOA for Beaufort County EMS, When I look at the actual agenda book, the scanned documents are missing some documents, a page that goes with this that I think provides some clarity. So Chris is providing everybody the complete set. I don't know how that happened in the scan, but my apologies for that. Of the two documents that Chris has given you, one is a data use agreement and one is a MOU between Beaufort County EMS and the University of North Carolina. To give you some background on what this is, you should have two.
That's an extra.
I'm going to start with the purpose of this in the MOU and then go to the data usage, okay? So under the memorandum of understanding, you should see it is 4 pages or 2 pages front and back total. What is happening here is UNC is going into a research project. That research project is actually defined the best in the data use agreement on the back page. But what they want to do is collect data on pediatric specific calls. And they're doing this both in the hospital system, emergency department, and EMS systems. They have noticed a trend, UNC specific, but nationally there's been a trend of wanting to improve the call outcomes of pediatric patients. That has first started with a gathering of data. They want to do a research project which gathers data of pediatric calls across the state of North Carolina, starting to build a data pool, you would say, of particular illnesses, response, and outcomes. And from that, they also want to help individual departments start a pediatric emergency care coordinator. That would be both at the hospital and individual EMS agencies. This is a new trend that's coming across the United States. There's only about 25% of agencies that have started in that, and specifically in North Carolina, there's only 26%, I think, of providers that have put this in. So it starts with data collection. UNC from this wants to turn the data collection into free educational opportunities. That would be online type education, some direct delivery education that would come, and all be accessed from an individual pediatric emergency care coordinator for each department, you would say. So we would have one person that would become this individual that would help be the in-between bringing this information, this improvement to our system. We are fortunate to have the opportunity. We are one of only 10 in North Carolina that have this opportunity. If we turn it down, they'll go to someone else, where we can be at the front line of this. And it's unique in that it is a research project that actually has a benefit to its purpose, a benefit of improving pediatric outcome, but it also has a revenue stream for us participating in this. And that revenue stream ends up, it could be a total of $7,200 over the course of 2 years. So the memorandum of understanding is stating that we would go into an agreement with UNC that we would identify a person, and we have that person selected if we were to do this, that would be our pediatric emergency care coordinator. Their requirements is they would go to a summit, a 2-day summit at the beginning of the program, where there would be an assessment and kind of networking taking place of all of those involved. They would be provided some material and understanding of tracking information, and then would come back to Beaufort County, bringing that information back to us. We, in turn, would allow them, through the data usage agreement, that's the second thing, to automatically pull data from us. The data usage allows them to do that and get past the HIPAA regulations, the privacy regulations. They can't sell the data. It's not for personal data. It is just for patient outcome things. And with that, they will provide us real-time stats of our outcome of what's going on in Beaufort County. They would continue to educate our pediatric care coordinator and she would be able to bring that education back into our area here. And the incentive of that for the time that it would take for her being a part of this program starting in September would roll about $300 a month for up to 2 years for a total of $7,200, or up until a time if we decided that the workload is more than we were told it would be up front, we can opt out with 30 days with no penalty. So the data usage agreement would just be an agreement saying that we would allow them to pull data automatically from our PCRs, our electronic PCRs. The MOU is agreeing that we could participate in this program, that we could receive funds starting in September of 2021 at the rate of $300 a month. That would be applied for this program, any kind of overtime usage that would go with it. And we believe we can implement this program within the monies that they're saying they would reimburse us for.
Questions?
Does this require any special equipment?
Nothing more than we already carry on our trucks or the data that we already have.
John?
Is this going to require an agreement with all the various EMS units?
No, sir. This is simply with Beaufort County. When I say Beaufort County, I mean just the trucks that Beaufort County actually operates.
So just the 3 trucks?
Yes, sir, and 2 QRVs. So our department, per se. Now, it could end up providing educational resources to everyone, but it starts just between us. It's any pediatric patient. It's a low number. The reason of this, because pediatrics are a very low event, but because of that, it is trying to improve the outcome. You know, what you do 100 times a day, you're familiar with, you don't even think about, but when you have that one call that's different than everything else, so they're trying to improve those calls that you don't have as much specific to pediatrics.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion. I'll make the motion. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
I didn't see in this agreement anything about indemnification.
About what?
Indemnification? I mean, will UNC indemnify us if we get sued by a client over the release of transfer of data?
I'm not legalese looking at it, but looking at the data usage agreement as we look at it, it is falling under all of the legal things of HIPAA we have been told, but our attorney may provide further.
Let me ask David if he thinks there should be a clause in there to protect us.
I think the county, as long as the county is doing what it's supposed to do, there is not going to be any cause of action against the county. Oh, sorry.
Did you hear that?
Would you repeat it again, David?
As long as the county is doing what it is supposed to do, it has immunity, okay? If it steps out of its boundaries, then it could be sued. County also has liability insurance.
You okay with that? All right. Any other comments, questions? All right. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? 5-2, Katie. Carney, you want to go to your next item?
I'm going to let Chris bring that forward for us.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bringing before you tonight an opportunity for some of our Beaufort County homeowners to save money on their homeowners insurance based on some provisions that have come through from the Office of State Fire Marshal. So as many of you are aware, all of our fire departments in our county as well as the state of North Carolina are graded by the state in giving a fire rating or grade 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. And what happens is different departments receive different ratings based on their capabilities. So not all of our departments in the county have the same score. But because our fire departments, enter into a mutual aid agreement or an automatic aid agreement with each other that says if a house in Bunyan catches on fire, other fire departments are coming. We have multiple fire departments with multiple different ratings responding to the same incident. And that is something that the state has picked up on and making a change to allow the homeowner to benefit from that. This is particularly impactful in areas where your primary district, so for example, Mr. Waters, your primary district, your fire district is
Punga
River, right? So if a fire happens in your community, you would have Punga River, Belhaven, probably Pinetown, Pantego coming to you for that response. And each of those stations are different distances from your home. What happens in Beaufort County is we may have a home that's assigned to a primary fire district, that it may be actually closer, physically road miles closer to another station. And that is what this provision is allowing that homeowner to benefit from. It allows the homeowner to receive the insurance rating of the best scoring department, even though it's not their primary district. Now, this change does not, this proposal does not change fire districts. It does not change tax values. It is simply a benefit for the resident. We have carried this before the county fire chiefs and our Chiefs Association. We've talked about that over the last 2 meetings. They support this initiative as a measure of allowing some of the residents to save money. We're bringing that to you for your approval for those departments to enter into contracts fulfilling the obligation at the state to allow the homeowner to receive that benefit. And I'll be happy to take any questions or clarify anything.
We've got a motion. Is there a second? And a second. Discussion. Did you have a question, Randy, or, okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Unanimous. You did a good job. Okay, next we have our tax collector, Wynn, and our assessor, Lloyd, and economic development, Martin. All three of you can come in the room. I think we have seats available in here.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to begin by giving a shout out to Anita. She presented collection numbers tonight. Anita, nice job. Thank you very much. Commissioners, back in December, I received a letter from our foreclosure attorney, and he wanted to raise the prices. At that time, I discussed it with Brian, and determination was made that I need to do a request for proposal. At that time, I made a request across the state from different entities that had done this and crafted a request for proposal. We sent it out February 22nd, received the bids on March the 10th. There's only 2 foreclosure attorneys in North Carolina. We notified both of them. We only received 1 bid. Commissioner Walker came when we opened the bid at my office. So tonight what I wanted to do was present this bid information that had been provided to you for approval for a new contract for our foreclosure attorney.
Any questions of Wynn? Motion and a second. Any discussion at all? Ready for a vote? All those in favor, raise your right hand.
Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all have a nice evening.
Okay, Lloyd, you're up.
How are y'all doing this evening? So up first was my request for a position. I'm going to highlight that real briefly. So essentially what I'm asking for, and I worked with Ms. Anita, and again, thanks to all your help with that as well. I'm going to second the person prior to me. So what I'm asking for is a temporary position Basically, it's going to come out of what is essentially contingency for a temporary employee. So what I'm asking for is someone to help to input and help do some basic review of exempt property in the county. I've spoke with the board several times in the past. I've got some issues with quite a bit of issues with land use parcels. I also have with other exempt properties where we're trying to process these. We're trying to get them in. And to be very honest and very blunt, I would like to do a lot of that before the budget and the billing cycle goes for the year. So to be able to do that, I'm simply asking for, I believe it's going to be $8,500 to get me through to basically into the next cycle, so to speak, or whatever. But I'm asking that for into now to get through that. And I hate to put you on the spot, but Ms. Radical, if that's correct? I'm asking for it for this point up to that, the June 31st or 30th, I believe it is.
Yes, we estimated that a temp position would run you $670 a week, and you would need that through June 30th because you'll be asking for something more permanent in next year's budget. So we're estimating $8,500 to be appropriated from contingency. And my apologies, it looks like the budget amendment's missing from the book. It should be in here.
And I do have a copy if any questions about it.
The budget amendment shows an $8,500 movement from our contingency line up to his part-time temporary salary line item in the amount of $8,500.
And I'll be happy to answer any questions about that.
Motion to approve. All right. Got a motion to approve and a second. Question. Go ahead.
I know you've had some problems. I personally know that. Are you finding a lot of issues with present use?
So to be very honest, one of the problems that I'm actually seeing is a little different from the one that me and you've worked on, which is filing and stuff. Although we're getting that in line, one of the things that I really want to do is I want to actually use some of the imagery and things we have at our disposal and actually start reviewing what is still farm, what is not. We've had a couple cases recently where we had breakouts where we've realized there's some solar panels in certain areas that are no longer farm, or maybe they should be, and we've had a couple things like that. It's just a simple case of we're all in our roles in my department, and we're trying to flesh those out a little better, but we're having to move a few people around and just really basically needing somebody to be able to work on that piece.
So, my feeling is your department has plenty of personnel, but in order for you to get the personnel like you want them in place in the right positions with the right pieces, so to speak, as if you're playing chess. I'm okay with this, but at some point I'd like to see.
I would like to say one thing to that, if it's okay. My piece to that is I respectfully disagree, and part of the reason that I disagree with that statement is actually in the Machinery Act, 286-1, I believe it is, which is that the county should be auditing 1/8 of all the property each year. To be able to do that and be able to add my staff reviewing sales, my staff reviewing individual exemptions, and be able to do that, I'm not going to be able to do that fully. But today, I'm just asking for a temporary
Well, let me ask you this. Were we doing that before? Efficiently or effectively?
I do not feel it was being done efficiently, and that could have been for a myriad of reasons.
Well, yeah, I can see some lack of efficiency.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think he needs to bring this in for full budget discussion, what we're talking about, whatever justifications you got. It's going to be hard to get more people, but we can talk about that during the budget process.
Yeah, but we got a motion on the floor.
Just to be clear, this is a temporary position through June 30th. Nothing to do with a permanent position. That would go through the budget process.
Well, just so you guys, if you do the math, if you take our tax rate, the fire rate, and the EMS rate on that, it's $7.1 million that we're talking about. Now, I realize that some of it may come out, but that's the tax revenue we're talking about.
So no, and yes. So basically what I'm saying is, and to your point real quick, there's $978 million of exempt property in the county. That does not mean that all of it needs to be constantly reviewed. That does not mean that government-owned buildings or things like that at the moment, or maybe they do, but some of those are very well underhand, where we need them to be, and et cetera. The courthouse is the courthouse, things like that. That being said, yeah, we have a lot of annual review items, but we have over $200 million in farm items and things like that. To be able to say that we're going to save only $8,500 in this, that's silly. We're going to go well past that in the tens of thousands of dollars from this one temporary position.
I'm ready to vote. Just one other comment.
Sure.
I want the commissioners to make sure they look at the line item on solar energy, you've got 76,000,
million.
76 million. That's because of the state of North Carolina, their state statute.
Yeah, and there are going to be some changes to that a little bit because the state does update every year their amount that is appraisal. This is, of course, the 20 numbers, the figures for 2020. We do have, of course, changes to that on a regular basis.
You ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. You want to go to the next item?
Sure. My next piece is, I hope, a little even simpler. So basically, I have the Department of Land Records, we have a map printer that we use and constantly use, and it's at the end of its lease. We've had a lease on it. It's a 4-year lease, and essentially the difference is if I pick up a new printer, the new map printer, the Canon 750, real nice scanner, several of y'all have seen it used, so forth. If we pick up a new one, it's actually going to be cheaper because my service cost goes down. But because it's a 4-year agreement, because of that, it has to be here in front of the board today. I think it does go up a few dollars, but it's down in the service cost and the need for service.
I move we take the recommendation of the tax assessor.
Second. Add a second. Any discussion, any question? All those, go ahead.
Do you think you'll get more than 4 years of service out of it by buying it without too much problem?
To be very honest, I thought about buying the last one, and we're starting to get where you're getting that blue faint bit, and I'm worried that the cost is going up because of the service cost. Once you're done with the lease, of course, in any company or whatever else, you own the printer. Printers have a short life, as you know, so your service costs go up. So getting a new one, going into that, we're hoping to get a better quality, better life out of that. Yeah. Buying it at the end, that's a discussion for you all 4 years.
Yeah. Good. All right. I thought we voted. Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, it's unanimous. Gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break. If I can have everyone take a seat, we'll start back up. Martin?
Great.
If we can... Thank you. Thank you, Stan.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. I've got 3 items for you this evening, and I'll go as fast as I can. The first is a resolution for land sale in the Washington Beaufort County Industrial Park of lot number 1. Harry Smith has submitted a bid of $5,000 per acre for the lot number 1, and that lot is 6.21 acres, so the bid is $31,050. Mr. Smith has paid to Katie the necessary deposit of around $1,500. The documentation that is in your package is the bid offer, an upset bid process interlocal agreement that's to be signed by the managers, an authorizing interlocal agreement, which is to be signed by the chair of the commission, and then information on the site. This bid will be subject to NC General Statute 160A461 to increase the efficiency and reduce the costs associated with the upset bid process, where the City of Washington has asked us to act as their agent for the sale in the upset bid process. The upset bid process is basically designed to allow 10 days for anybody else to put a bid in on the site so that market price can be determined at the time of the sale. In terms of the use of the site, the Economic Development Advisory Board, through the covenants, does have an ability to object to any use of it, but in the covenants, as I was asked earlier, there is no precise time limit on when somebody has to build on the site. Just, as I say, what the site is to be used for. So the Beaufort County Economic Development staff request the county commissioners consider the bid by Mr. Harry Smith to purchase Lot 1 in the Washington Beaufort County Industrial Park and associated upset bid documentation and agreement with the City of Washington.
Mr. Chairman. Yes.
I believe I don't have a problem with accepting what's offered because it is an upset bid process, but I believe we have sold lots before where we put a condition on it that unless construction was started on the lot within like 2 years that they had to give it back, and some of those people have deeded back their lots. I would move that we accept this, providing construction is started within 2 years. Otherwise, we refund the money and take title back.
I see Brian trying to.
I don't know if you remember, we had this conversation with the folks at the School of Government about the Belhaven property where we wanted to put conditions on it, and what Tyler Mulligan, who is the attorney for that with the economic development piece, said was that when you dispose of a piece of property, which is essentially what you're doing here, you're not able to put restrictions on it. But if you were to do it under the economic development statute where you did a negotiated price and then looked at fair market value and those kind of things, you could put conditions on it. But when you dispose of a piece of property, you're not able to put restrictions, because it's essentially saying, we don't need this anymore. We don't have any use for it. The county doesn't have any use for it.
I understand, but this is different than a negotiated. We have done this before. We may want to look back at the procedures of how we did it before, but as I recall, there were 2 lots. They paid us $50,000 a lot for them, $100,000, and they had to do something within 2 years. They didn't do something within 2 years, so we got the property back. And I don't know why we can't do that again. Because I don't want somebody to buy a lot and sit on it for 20 years because, you may have somebody else that wants to go in there. The whole purpose of this is economic development, not real estate investment.
I would agree. And what I'm saying, I can't speak to what happened in the past. I'm just telling you that my conversation with the attorney at the School of Government is you can't do that. But
well, we could call this a negotiated sale for the $5,000 a lot and put the condition on it.
Brian? Sorry, go ahead.
I'll leave that to the county attorney to work that deal out. I'm not able to. I've told you what I've been told.
Yeah, I understand, but just because the Institute of Government tells you something doesn't mean that it's always right. They're giving you the safest, best opinion, and that's what it comes down to. That's a legal opinion, you might say. You don't have to listen to legal opinions unless you want to.
That is why I'm deferring to the county attorney.
All right, gentlemen, my concern is that we have farmland in Pantigga that sells for $7,000 to $8,000 that has no gas, no electricity, no water, no sewer unless you put a well down. I'm like Hood. I don't have any problem selling it below market if something's going to be built on it. But I think it's just a lowball that somebody could set on.
Yeah, I don't want to even put it in the upset bid process. I don't think anybody's going to bid on it. There are plenty of lots out there and nobody's bidding on them. Do a negotiated sale and put a condition on it, and we're rid of it.
Yes.
Why are we disposing of this piece of property? We're not selling it, we're disposing of it.
We're not disposing of it. We are selling it to somebody who has economic interest in the area.
Well, that's great, but, well, then, I was here when we bought this piece of property. We paid roughly $10,000 an acre, didn't we, Hood? Pretty close to that, and we spent a lot of money on this property since then. Why $5,000 an acre? Frankie's right. You're talking $7,000, $8,000 for farmland, and the only thing you can do on that land is farm it. It's good ground.
Yeah.
It's just this peaty soil. It's good ground. It's a peaty soil kind of.
We got more peat than that piece of land.
And you got dead clay about 4 feet down, and that's why it's so peaty. But you can't do anything else with it. Here we have got all these utilities. You could do some really fine work there. Why are we getting rid of this property in a disposing of the property, so to speak?
The board doesn't have to accept the offer.
I make a motion. Have you made a motion?
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
The economic interest that Mr. Smith has is in the facility next door to this.
Okay.
This lot.
Well,
Is there anything wrong with having a commercial appraisal done of this 6 acres?
No, that I know.
he's already here.
But you still got the market prevails. It's real estate, and if nobody wants it, nobody wants it. You can have the appraisal done all you want to, but it will come down to what somebody's willing to pay for it, and the upset bid process would take care of that. The purpose of this park was economic development. So if you look at it, why we're there, we're selling the lot for economic development purposes, so somebody will build something on it. and discounting it to get somebody to take it, I don't have a problem with. How many lots do we have out there that haven't been sold?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another, we probably have about 10.
See, nobody's standing in line to buy this stuff, so the market's going to prevail.
John?
You said he's got some interest in the lot next to it?
Yeah, the industry-ready building has been leased to a company that he has a 50% share in.
He's in there right now?
It's complicated because the 50% of the company was sold to a company called Man and Hummel, and so they're in a 45-day reconsideration of what they're going to be doing in the U.S. in general.
So we don't know if he's really got any interest in the property next door anyways, right?
He has a 5-year lease on it, and as much as I've been told, they do intend to do something with the industry-ready building. What precisely, I do not know.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So the economic development statutes, there are two ways of dealing with a piece of property. You can do it through disposal, that we talked about, that doesn't allow you to set conditions on it, and run it through the upset bid process, negotiate, or upset bid process, public auction, or sealed bids. There's an economic development statute that allows you to do it under an economic development piece where someone has an economic development request on it. Then you have to do an appraisal, and you can't sell it, you can't transfer it for less than the market value considering all other things. So later down the line, if someone came to you and said, I'm going to build a building here, I'm going to do this or that, I'm going to bring this much investment, I'm going to bring this many jobs, you could actually look at that and you could give them the property under the economic development statute. But those are the two ways you're able to do away to either dispose of or under the economic development statute transfer that property. So all I can do is tell you the two different ways you can do it.
Is one of the alternatives with a counter offer to give an option, give an option on it for a year? Would that an option? No, just an option, because I think here again, it's the economic development question. If he comes to us within a year and says, I'm going to build this building there, and it's going to be $1 million.
Additional option. Make it the additional option.
Yeah, I mean, why can we not counter?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to check and see.
You're going to take that disposal part away from it, right? For lack of a better word.
Sure, you wouldn't be doing that, and I need to have a conversation with the economic development attorneys to ask them specifically that question. I think you would still have to do it under the economic development statute where you would, like you normally do, y'all seen that before, we bring it in and we say, this piece of property, such and such, such and such, and you have a public hearing on it and those kind of things. I think that's the way that process would run. If you did an option, I need to double check that.
I mean, one thing that could happen if we did this and there was an upset bid and it kept being upset, we could end up with a real estate guru that might not never do anything, just sit on it. So, I don't.
There's two pieces of this. There's probably more pieces than that, but I'm thinking if we set a precedent of a really low sale, that lowers the prices of everybody's property out there, including future sales. If we negotiate something happening there, that's a different kettle of fish. And I think we need to structure it in such a way that it looks like the price isn't going to be so low. I mean, maybe trade-offs, whatever, but it's $5,000, that's really low for that kind of property. I'm thinking that piece of property's got to be worth at least 20 grand an acre minimum. Minimum.
Well, gentlemen, we need to take some action one way or the other, either to reject the offer or to accept it. Yeah, I don't know that we can counteroffer, but
I'd say
I make a motion that we reject the offer.
okay, we got a motion to reject the offer. And a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand.
Okay.
Anybody opposed? I think you're opposed to rejecting it? Okay. Did you get that, Katie? All right, Martin, you want to go to Interstate 87?
Yes, just quickly, this is the upgrading of US 64 to interstate quality, and obviously it would be a boon to the county and actually to my operation, because I could now say we were about half an hour away from an interstate rather than an hour. So it would give us, with 17 going to be four-laned, it would give us excellent access to Norfolk and I-95.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve and a second. Discussion? None? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. You want to go to your...
Yeah, the other is a letter of support for a seasonal passenger ferry line between Beaufort County and Ocracoke Island. And similar reasoning is that this would be a tremendous boon to our tourism industry and attract a lot of people to the area in terms of retail events, recreation, arts, entertainment, hotel, restaurants. I think it also could maybe lead to a water taxi, which could connect all our communities like they used to be in the old days, with Aurora, Belhaven, Bar, Washington, all being connected with this one central hub for tourism.
Yeah. Motion is, can we get a second, and then we'll go into discussion.
Well, I would like to amend the motion to just include that we include Belhaven in whatever letter and Washington as sources in whatever letter that we send out.
It
That's
just
all.
says
Do you
right now-
agree?
It says Beaufort County.
It just says Beaufort County.
But we need to be specific. You're dealing with government people in Raleigh. They don't know very much about Beaufort County.
Okay.
Well, I've had two telephone calls, one asking for Belhaven to be on there, and the other one asking for Aurora. So, yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, real quick, the reason we said Beaufort County is because we have multiple municipalities who also want to be involved in that. So if you'd like for us to name all those municipalities, we can certainly do that. Those municipalities have also offered letters of support, Washington individually, Aurora individually. I don't think Belhaven has written one yet, but they probably certainly will.
Based on what we did to them tonight, they have.
Okay, so who made, did you make, do you accept his? Yes. Okay, we got a second. You accept that? All right. Any more discussion? All those in favor of Martin's recommendation, or Hood's, raise your right hand.
Okay.
Ours.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Some months ago, maybe a year ago, maybe months ago, long months ago, we talked about you putting together a written report about businesses closing or struggling in Beaufort County due to COVID. Have you got anything on that yet?
Basically, what we found out was that only a few actually closed, mostly retail. Most of the manufacturing companies, in fact, did very well. And a lot of the restaurants, particularly that had some sort of drive-through window, were very good. So we looked at it, and I can send you the information we received.
Yeah,
but really, it was not.
I mean, I'd like to have it in a form where I could present it here, or if you could present it, one or of us or the other.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Go back but I think, as you saw from Anita's numbers, we've done very, very well, and in fact, that's why we raised from a Tier 1 to a Tier 2.
Well, yeah, that's good. I appreciate that, but those numbers are somewhat disparate for the citizens and the manufacturers. So some people hurting very badly.
Right.
That didn't get a whole lot of help in a timely manner.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember how Nancy Pelosi said we weren't going to pass anything as long as Trump was president, right? And then they passed this $1.9 million right after he gets out of office. Yeah. And so a lot of people didn't do very well. That's just the history of it.
Yeah.
And then some people did do very well, and that
I'll go
creates
back and get the
between
examples.
Different folks.
Yeah. I mean,
the haves and the have-nots, so to speak.
As you said, it really brought out, the COVID situation brought out some real disparities in the economy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Martin, very much. All right, we're down to Commissioner Rebholz.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do is offer a resolution regarding our frontline workers, and I'll read it. It's in your book.
Can you just hit the highlights?
Okay. The highlight is that this board recognizes our frontline workers at the health department and the EMS fire volunteers for their contribution to getting successfully implemented the COVID vaccine in this county. We right now rank 7th in the state in completed vaccinations. That's not by accident. That's by a lot of people really working hard, being dedicated to it, and thinking through. James did a yeoman's job trying to go out and get additional vaccines from other counties that had extra and bring them in. So, okay.
Got a motion and a second? All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay.
Okay. Katie?
Was there a nay? Did you vote for it? Yes. Okay. All right, you want to go to your next item?
Second resolution, and I'll read this one because it's shorter. Beaufort County Commissioners in support of North Carolina Joint Resolution 172 dated 3/2 of 21. Copy of that resolution is in your book. Whereas according to a recent Gallup poll, the majority of the population, including majority of both parties, and 74% of North Carolinians believe that the only way to clean up Congress is to impose term limits. Proposed limits are for 2 terms for senators and 6 terms for congressmen. Whereas the North Carolina House, with the Senate concurring, has passed Resolution 172, making an application to Congress as provided by Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States for the purpose of proposing an amendment to the United States Constitution to impose term limits on members of Congress. We hereby raise our collective voices of the Beaufort County Board of Commissioners in support of Resolution 172, and we direct a copy of this resolution be sent to the Speaker of the North Carolina House of Representatives and to the President Pro Tem of North Carolina Senate.
Yes.
Let me just comment. I don't want to belabor this. I'm going to support the resolution. I'm for it. But are you calling for a constitutional convention? Does that call
That's
for?
That's what the resolution.
Okay, let me just say this. I'm supporting this, but I also need to give you the other side of the story. There are a lot of people that go completely wild over a constitutional convention because if you look at Washington, D.C. and most of our elected officials, we've got a bunch of radicals. They're afraid if you have a constitutional convention, it'll go wild and they'll gut the Constitution and you'll come up with something that doesn't even look like what we have now. I'm voting for this simply because I support term limits, and but I'm also aware that a lot of people are going to take exception to this because they're very much afraid of a constitutional convention.
Just speak. Did you second? I'll just give a second.
Well, I second whatever I needed to do.
Yeah, we got a motion and a second.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna support this as well. But is it because you're changing an article you need a constitutional convention? You can't do it by an amendment, can you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Let's stick with the resolution.
This goes to this answers his question. What happens is, well, the reason I'm supporting this is historically the last amendments that were made to the Constitution, when Congress saw that they were going to have a convention in order to resolve the issue, they went ahead and did what the public wanted. And that's what's going to happen.
So you think it's going to take that?
Congress doesn't want a constitutional convention either because they lose control.
Okay.
Okay, ready to vote? Randy? You okay? Okay. Everybody in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed? Thank you. Okay, John.
Okay, last motion. 2 months ago, the board voted to create the county police force committee. At the time, I believed erroneously that they would conduct a review of the Gaston County Police Force and determine whether we, quote, wanted to do it or not. I believe at that time, an understanding of the police force could be helpful.
Commissioner Riggles, can you put your microphone on?
Thank
Thank you.
you. So, however, as demonstrated in the most recent committee meeting, the goal of this committee is clearly not a review of Gaston County, but a move to put in place a county police force and strip the sheriff of his law enforcement duties. It is also an attempt to override the will of the people and strip the voters of their 150 years of selecting their chief law enforcement officer. So why do I say all that? Well, at the second meeting, there was almost no discussion about Gaston County as an option, their experiences or success. The meeting included a public comment period and testimony from 2 department heads with no negative comments about the sheriff's department from those organizations or those people. The balance of the meeting focused on the failings of the sheriff and became a press conferences on his incompetence. In his March 31st editorial at Washington Daily News, he provided no information on the police force other than on a quote, "I will guarantee you equal and fair access to criminal law enforcement at an economical price." 10 of the next 11 paragraphs argued that Coleman was unfit to run the sheriff's office. So let's look at the situation and the solution of a county police force. The primary gauge of law enforcement is the crime rate. The measure in North Carolina is the rate per 100,000 people, thereby allowing a relative comparison between counties. They use 2 rates, overall crime and violent crime. For violent crimes, Gaston rates 45% higher than Beaufort County. In overall crime rate, they're 33% higher. And the Gaston County Commissioners are so happy with the police force, county police force, that they asked the North Carolina Attorney General if they could eliminate the police force and return the law enforcement back to the sheriff. This may also explain why no other county has followed suit in the past 67 years. Now, I'm not an Ernie Coleman fan, and he certainly contributed to sheriff issues in this county, but so have other elected officials. And therefore I submit that this committee is nothing more than a stage being used to attack the sheriff. I admit my error in voting for this committee 2 months ago, and now make a motion to disband the committee as a waste of county resources and taxpayer funds. And I also want to return the decision to either hire or fire the chief law enforcement officer to the hands of the voter, unless, of course, we feel that they're incompetent to make that decision.
I'll second the motion. Discussion.
I have a question. When you made the statement that the Gaston County Commissioners had asked to dissolve and return to the sheriff, when did that happen?
2001.
That's correct, a long time ago.
Well,
you need to talk to the commissioners since then, and you'll find out that they are happy with the system that they have.
Yes.
Well, I said something a month or 2 ago when they wanted to do away with the jail committee. I said once a committee is formed, we allow that committee to do its work. And so I stand by what I said, that this jail committee, they can be allowed, excuse me, to continue their work. Because one of the things that people have to realize, this committee's job is not to take any powers away from the sheriff. The sheriff's duties and powers are in the North Carolina general statutes, because even if you go to Gaston County, you will find that the sheriff still exists. And if you go to Charlotte-Mecklenburg, you'll find that the sheriff still exists. So that is not part of what this committee is doing. They are simply to find out the facts and report back to this board, and then we as a board make a decision, not the committee. So I'm for them continuing to work.
Randy?
To paraphrase Winston Churchill, there will always be a sheriff's department. I mean, it's never going to go away. And it's funny how people have got the misconception of this stuff. Like they're saying, we've spent all this money, and we haven't spent any money. I mean, we haven't even allocated money to be spent. So I don't think we've spent a dime so far. So, but having said that, I'm probably the least willing participant in this, and I come to these meetings saying why, and Hood's over there going why not. And so I've asked him to convince me this is the way to do it. But the biggest problem I have with this is we're creating a whole nother layer of government that we've got to spend money on. And we do have a good sheriff's department. There's no doubt about it. These guys are hardworking. And I know it sounds like we're defunding the sheriff, and we had a crowd in here, but at 10 o'clock, meeting we had, I thought that they left pretty well informed, and I didn't get it at all that they were ready to hang us from the yard arms. We took time to explain what we were doing, and we're not ready to make any decision on this yet. This is going to be a slow process.
Yes.
Yeah, as also a member of the police committee, I just wanted to segue into what Commissioner Langley said. Basically, we're a committee that has been formed to discover information, find facts, and certainly not take the power away from this board. This board is the only group that can make a decision. We can't. We can make a recommendation, but that's worth nothing. You guys can do whatever you want to do. And you all know that. So I just want to let that be known. And again, I reiterate what all of you have already said. No matter what happens, there will always be a sheriff in Beaufort County. And it's very important that there always be a sheriff. And there's not an intent on this board, on this committee, to bring back a recommendation where extra funds are spent. Okay? If we can't do a better job than what's going on right now, there's no need to consider anything that we say or do.
Any further discussion?
I concur with Commissioner Langley. I mean, he said it very well. We just can't put a board together and get mad when we don't hear what we want to hear and disband them. And I would never vote to do away with the sheriff of Beaufort County. You can't. So that's just a bunch of lies that's being told around here. You can't do away with the sheriff.
I don't think anybody was saying do away with the sheriff.
Oh, it's been all in there.
It's all do away with the sheriff's office.
It's been all over the county. It's been all over the county. We trying to do away with the sheriff. I'm saying it. It's also been said all over this county that we hate the sheriff. I wish he was here tonight. I do not hate Ernie Coleman. I do not hate Charlie Rose. I do not hate nobody that supports and protect my family and the citizens of this county. So I'm going to vote against this motion also.
The issues that Representative Kidwell brought up tonight can all be handled by the sheriff if we had this Beaufort County Police Force. Everything he said, I didn't see where the sheriff could still do those things and intervene, as he said that, we needed, that's why the sheriff is important. That would have never changed if we suddenly had a police force, Beaufort County.
Ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Huh? I mean, did somebody else have something?
All in favor? Well, no, go ahead. Take the vote.
Yeah. The motion is on the floor. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. Those opposed to the vote. Did you get that, Katie? All right, it fails. All right, the next item is the NC 811 Safe Digging Month Resolution, and you've had it, and I'm not going to read it to you, but this is a resolution that we do pretty much on an annual basis, and I'll just tell you, and for the public's benefit, if you dig without calling and you cut a fiber optic cable, you're looking at a bill of probably $15,000 up. So it's very important to call 811 and get everything located. Then you're protected as long as you don't do it right on the line. So I move that we approve that resolution. And a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. All right, the next item is mine. That's on the full-time employees for the Sheriff's Office for the budget year 21-22. As you know, in October, Chief Rose came in here and asked us to reconsider funding 5 positions that have been frozen. And we basically said, no, we'll talk about it when the budget comes around. The concern that I have right now is that by losing the 13 school resource officers, according to John's numbers, that's the equivalent of 4 full-time employees during the summer months and other times during the day that they could do. we are going to lose good people if we don't step to the table and say we're willing to put this in next year's budget. So my recommendation is, and I'm agreeable to 4 or 5, and the cost based on what I need to put together for us on the school resource officers. If it's 5 deputies, that cost is $353,000. If it's 4 deputies, it's $282,000 in next year's budget. I mean, you know, if we wait until the budget process and we approve it in June, some of these people, the good ones, probably are going to go somewhere else. But I would like to see us go ahead and give that commitment to the sheriff's office and the detention center and the 911 communication, the 3 departments. So I'll make a motion that we do those 5 positions at roughly a cost of $353,000. This includes everything that Anita put in there, except I took out the depreciation on the cars, which is a non-cash item for us in our budget.
Do we have that report in our book?
What's that?
What you're talking about, these numbers that Anita put together, where are they?
No, this is from our discussion in our joint meeting with the school board.
Oh, it was put together for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, did you send that spreadsheet?
I think you got it.
Yeah, okay. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I would definitely consider it, but I'm not going to vote tonight. I meant what I said when I said it 6 to 8 months ago, when the positions was given to us. I will consider it at budget time, but tonight, I can't vote for it.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to vote against it tonight. And the reason is, when the sheriff came in 3 or 4 months ago, or whatever it was, started demanding these people, I asked, give us the data to show the justification for the need for putting these people on the payroll. The number of trips, how serious the trips are, how many transports you're having to make, blah, 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 all this stuff. He refused to do it. And I'm not voting to just put people on payroll because somebody says they need employees. It has to be justified based on workload. And I would point out to you, for all the controversy and talk about what the police committee is doing, in Gaston County, the commissioners get a monthly report that's about 15 pages long based on trips, what kinds of calls they made, how many murders they've had, how many rapes they've had, hours into this and hours into that. Is comprehensive. You can look at it and tell whether they need more staff or not. This sheriff has never reported anything to us. He claims he doesn't have to tell us anything. And when I asked for the data to show why he needed 5 more deputies, the excuse was because all we have to do as constitutional officers is ask for it. That is the biggest phony answer that anybody could ever give anybody. We're sitting here looking after the taxpayers' money, not with our hand on a money spigot, opening it and closing it. So I'm not voting for it. This is egregious. We need to take it up as part of the budget.
Anybody else have a comment?
And I'm serious. I will consider that at budget time.
Okay.
I mean, and that's what I said when I asked the chief not to cut those 5 million. I said, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Is this what you want to do?" He said, "Yes. 5 men and 3 cars." That come up to the numbers that you figured out right there.
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
Yeah.
I'm a lying?
No.
Mr. Chairman, and the sheriff took the money and gave raises that we never authorized to people that worked for him. This is, if we keep supporting this bad behavior, it's just like your children. You're only going to get more bad behavior.
Commissioner Langley?
Well, last year when he came to us and offered to freeze the 5 positions, one of the things that I said, well, you know, you can freeze the 5 positions, do not come back early and ask for them. I said, but next year, this time, I'll be more than happy to give them back to you. And I'm going to stick to my word, even though I'm not going to vote for it tonight. We'll deal with it in the budget process.
Okay, we got a motion. Any other discussion? All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Those opposed? All right. Let's see. Randy, you're up.
I'm going to flip this real quick. And I just have a simple question about the vehicles concerning surplus. And I know when I used to work the maintenance for the county, I had to get the decals off of the cars that were surplus. That's not an easy task.
Use your mic, Randy. Excuse me.
I had to get the decals off the cars that were being surplus. We didn't want Beaufort County Sheriff's car to be driving around Tennessee or somewhere. But my question is, what makes a car surplus? Is it miles? The fact that it's a lemon? Years of use? What really makes a car a surplus car?
For us, it's a combination. When I say for us, when I mean for county departments that are under control of the manager, it's a combination of mileage and repair costs. So when we get a vehicle that's high mileage and starts to cause us issues with repairs, we look to surplus that and put a new one in. For the sheriff's office, and I'm only speaking to what they would tell you, because our vehicles, unless it is an ambulance or a vehicle that with his emergency services, they try to turn those over a little quicker based on safety. I think the sheriff's office has a set mileage that they go into a yellow and then a red, and once they get into that red, they look to remove them. In the past, we had gotten to a point where, based on his entire fleet, we had gotten to an agreed number of 8 every year to be surplused and to roll out based on how often they were. But essentially, they come back to us at budget time and say, we need to get rid of these vehicles, and the board looks at that and says yea or nay.
I know that there's SRO cars that are specific to the schools they serve, and I'm sure there's some other cars too, but right now I think it's just something to make a note of. But I don't want to see these cars cannibalized until the SRO situation gets worked out. I'd love to see the schools use these cars some way, somehow. And I think that's all being considered right now, but there's got to, I hate to see the Southside SRO car be surplused only for them to buy another car and paint it up like the SRO car or the Southside as it already is.
The only thing I would say is my anticipation from the sheriff's office is that he's going to look at his fleet and determine, based on the SRO vehicles, which are the newest and less mileage, and do away with, when we say you got 13 cars you got to do away with, he's going to find the highest mileage, worst cars he's got. They may not be the SRO cars. The question, I specifically asked the question of the superintendent at the joint meeting, was there an opportunity for us to transfer those vehicles to them so that they wouldn't have to pay, it was in excess of $100,000 a year for vehicles. And the answer I got was, no, we've already made that agreement with them. There are liability issues and this and that. So my anticipation going into the budget is that the sheriff's office is going to surplus 13 vehicles.
And if that's the case, that's fine. All right, for this next segment, I need to review what my story is on this SRO situation. It's kind of related, but I waited to tell this story here, and I apologize. I'm going to have to do this as quick as possible, so I'm going to be speaking fast because I know we want to get out of here, but I want to tell the story here where it can be recorded in the minutes, where it can be recorded on video, and where it can be streamed live and not on social media where it can be deleted. Most of you know this story, and this is my version. And the story really begins before I was a commissioner, but through discussions I was able to fill in the missing pieces. And I will invite any corrections if I've said anything wrong. And I wish Representative Kidwell could be here. but maybe he can pull this up and look at it later. Now, most county residents, when I go out and talk about it, do not even know what an SRO is. And these are sworn law enforcement officers that are placed in the schools for security. Now, our SROs were funded several years ago through a tax increase of 1 cent. Not only did this help pay for the SROs, but it paid for security improvements to the buildings. These improvements have been completed, so the full 1 cent allocation, I guess, has always been available. The plan called for 13 SROs, which would cover each school. It should be said that these SROs require special training, so you can't hire anybody to be an SRO. It takes a while for these positions to get filled. And as of today, there's really only 12 SROs, and everybody talks about the 13, but there's only 12 as far as I know. The plan was working fine. These SROs were doing a great job. School officials were concerned, however, about how the sheriff pulled these SROs out occasionally for transport duty and other needs. When asked about this, the sheriff said that these people work for him and not the schools. And when asked if the SROs could notify the office when they left, the sheriff said no. Thankfully, we had no serious incidents, but there were many cases where the SRO was needed and he was not there, or they were not there. Now, this is early spring, and we're just hearing about COVID-19 for the first time. And early spring is the time for what we call budget workshop, and this is where department heads come together and share their budget needs for the upcoming year. In that workshop, the Sheriff's Department asked for 5 new deputy positions and money to pay bonuses for the existing deputies. When asked why they needed the 5 positions, the answer was because. I think Mr. Richardson said it was a little more than that, but basically said just because. It was decided to allocate the money for one or the other, but not both. The budget passed, and the money was used for the bonuses. Now, this was July. We're getting into the pandemic deep. Many were getting infected. People were dying. Businesses were being closed down. My business was closed. I'm still dealing with financial problems today because of the loss of revenue. In response, the commissioners enacted a hiring freeze. The future was uncertain. So now it's October, November. There were nationwide protests concerning police brutality. We had incidents here in Washington. City councils and county commissioners across the county thought it wise to defund the police in an effort to control them. There was no discussion on defunding the police here. So the sheriff saw this as an opportunity to put out a press release which said the Beaufort County commissioners were defunding him. This press release went to the media outlets from the capital to the coast. Even judges were informed. At the next commissioner meeting, the room was full of media. In that meeting, Chief Rose explained how not providing those 5 positions was an act of defunding the department. Most of the commissioners reminded him of the actions from the budget workshop and that these 5 positions could be discussed at the next budget session. We just talked about that. The meeting ended with the sheriff bursting through the back door and calling everyone a liar. I was not a commissioner at the time, but I was sitting in the back of the room. It was the only time I've seen the sheriff appear before the commissioners. Now it's Friday, November 13th. The sheriff issued another press release. In that release, he mentions the 5 positions and says he's going to stop providing the SROs to the schools. He gives the schools 90 days until termination. The school, who was struggling with the effects of pandemic and how to educate kids with buildings being closed, were totally caught off guard. They came to the commissioners for direction. They were told to meet with the sheriff to see if a compromise could be made. That meeting took place at the superintendent's office. Only the sheriff came. The school was represented by the superintendent and 2 others. In that meeting, the sheriff said that their relationship with the schools was over and they needed to seek other methods of security. He was asked twice. The meeting ended. The schools were instructed to seek alternatives. The election had occurred. I was now a commissioner. One thing that occurred about the same time was the sheriff ordered a deputy to email over and over to all of the school board members the transport information that occurred for the sheriff's department. I guess this was to justify why he needed the 5 positions and why he pulled SROs to do these transports. I have copies of these emails, but I would have to go into closed session to share them. You see, this is a violation of HIPAA laws, and the email stopped when this was explained to the sheriff. The school started writing their requests for bids for private security. It was here they realized that this really might be a better way to do things, but it depended on funding. I think the sheriff office realized at the same time that this funding would be moved to pay for it. So the bids were returned, and interesting to note, the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office decided not to bid. They felt they could not provide the services that the schools requested. They cited 6 points. The companies were asked to come in for an interview and a time was set. The interview occurred and the company was chosen, and they were asked to send a pricing schedule. This was done, and I thought it important to ask for a special called meeting to discuss these figures with the other commissioners. This was denied by Chairman Waters, saying that the numbers could be discussed at the April 5th meeting. It was about this time that we were hearing that Chairman Waters had to vote to shut this thing down. My math said otherwise. I felt that if he could not get it stopped, he would at least delay it long enough so that the schools would have no choice but to keep the current SRO situation. Once I learned that the schools had the contract, and I knew the superintendent was okay with that contract, I made the motion to accept the contract. The schools needed direction, and we gave it to them. The details are being worked out now. So let's review. We have a sheriff who appears not to want to provide SRO services to the schools. We have a sheriff department that admits it can't provide the service requested by the schools. The schools have a security company that can meet and possibly exceed these needs. I was elected to make the hard decisions. This was not. But the story does not end there. I think we can agree the sheriff has created this problem in order to get his way. He did not count on the outcome and now must live with it. This could affect the lives of 12 great people. Many are my friends. Not one time did the sheriff speak on their behalf. I just completed an ethics course given by the Institute of Government. In that course, mock meetings were shown in detail as what not to do as a commissioner. I must say that our chairman could be a poster child for this course. In the past week, he has been relentless in posting to Facebook negative posts about me and my wife, who was chairman of the Board of Education, and had very little to do with this. You have been an embarrassment to the county. Anybody with internet experience knows when you post something and then take it down, it's probably untrue. Frankie takes all of his posts down, so nothing he has said must be true. I can recognize this behavior by our chairman. I've seen it many times. Usually it's around Christmas time, and it is in the toy section of Walmart. This behavior is expected from kids not getting their way. Not you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I know where you'll go with this. My wife and I shouldn't have run for office if our skin is not thick enough to take criticism. I'll make a deal with you. We will grow thicker skin and take criticism better if you will grow some gonads and lead like you were elected. Thank you.
Are you finished?
I am finished.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will say this. My Facebook page is mine, and I took some of them down because I got asked to take them down, and I did that. But it's my page, and if I want you to be blocked, I can block you. I got accused of blocking every school board member, and that's not true. Mrs. Booth was never blocked, and Butch Oliver was never blocked. Well, anyway, I think enough has been said on that. I was told earlier tonight the vote has been had, the vote went down, and we will live with it. So unless somebody else has got something to say, we'll go to Hood and his Hood.
Okay, I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can. I know everybody wants to go home and give you the boil it down to just the facts. Brenda Hamilton's investigation, I got an email yesterday or today. You may have got one too. I don't know who else got it.
We all got it.
It basically says that she hasn't finished yet, and she'll be finishing in about 2 months. I really don't want to comment on it until she locks it down, because the results are going to be kind of interesting. So with that, I'll move on unless somebody has a question. Jail door report. This is in here to keep the sheriff from surprising us again with another shutdown of the jail. So if he has anything to report, it's going to be in here as long as I'm a commissioner. He needs to get in here and report it. I don't like to surprise people on the jail door thing that cost us $2.5 million for no good reason at all. So if nobody has anything to say about that, I'll move on.
Commissioner, I can give you an update on that.
Okay.
From the county engineer, the items that we were talking about with MTS, the custom enclosures for the 4 utility chases have been delivered and installed. That was the remaining items for the project. 2 of the 4 locks have been installed and are completed, and the 2 remaining locks were rekeyed and delivered today, and MTS will be on site next week to complete that installation, so there will be nothing left from the original punch list on that job, so it'll be done.
Everything working fine for us?
As far as we've been told, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. The next item is the board operations discussion. I'm going to say this again. This board is not functioning as a board. This board has not functioned as a board for the last 4 or 5 years. And we need to start functioning as a board. All board members need to be informed more about what's going on. And all board members need to be included in a lot of the things that are going on. To the chairman, which Randy just finished with, when you tried to set that meeting up with the school superintendent and the sheriff at your house, that is unethical and probably illegal. Whether you know it or not, you need to go back and take that ethics course again, because you missed most of it.
I would challenge you. There was no action. I was being asked for 72 hours after the meeting to try to get the 2 parties together.
Who asked you to do that?
I was getting emails and
From who?
telephone calls. It's none of your business. It's none of your business.
To the fact that this is a board and it is not functioning as a board primarily because of your unethical behavior.
Well, I don't consider it to be unethical. There was no action that was planned.
The board has to authorize you to do anything that you do. You are not king chairman.
Well,
Understand that.
I got to remind you, there was a meeting back in October when Jerry, you were there, and Jerry Evans, to talk about with the chairman and of the school board and the superintendent. And I think Brian was there. Brian, tell me if it's unethical for me to invite those 2 people to my home to try to get them to work together.
Brian, tell him. Tell him the truth.
Mr. Chairman, it's not my place to advise the board of your ethics. I think you have a code of ethics. I think that the opportunity to try to get people to work together and talk is a good thing. But I don't think it's my place to individually address individual members of the board about whether you're ethical or not. That's not the position I need to be put in, and I'd rather not be.
It's one thing to have a conversation on the telephone with somebody and to talk to 2 or 3 commissioners on the telephone individually. There's nothing unethical about that. It is unethical when you take part of the board to meet with the school board and you don't inform the rest of the board about what's going on. That's unethical. Now, unethical is another word for dishonest, just for those of you that don't know what unethical means. You need to straighten your act up. You're trying to run this place from the back room. You are not king chairman, and if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to get burnt really bad.
I understand where you're coming from, but I've not been, I've been to the ethics course, 2 of them that UNC's put on, and it was,
Am I not entitled to ask anybody for information?
What did I just say? Taking people to meetings and part of the board without informing the rest of the board is unethical.
I was not informed when the meeting was had back in October, November, whenever that was.
Well, I've been to a hospital, but I'm not a brain surgeon. Just like you had that ethics course, you didn't learn anything.
Well, apparently I learned more than what you did based on your profession. So go ahead.
One setup is a setup. I'm proud of what I've done.
Go ahead.
Request, okay, the next item, and that's what I'm going to say about this, on this particular item. County Police Force Committee update. Okay, give you the update. We met. It's already been described. There's no point in plowing that ground again. Basically, we're looking, and Mr. Manager, correct me if I get my dates wrong, but the last 2 weeks of May, sometime in there, we're looking for a trip to Gaston County to visit with those people, gather information, and see what's going on. To that end, our committee wanted to be sure that we invited all the commissioners that want to go to go. So anybody that wants to go, the manager will be informing you. We won't be keeping it a secret. We won't be having a meeting somewhere that you don't know about. The next committee meeting is scheduled for the last week in May. It's 6:30 at night because we had a lot of complaints from the Republican Party chairman who showed up that we were holding secret meetings and people couldn't get to them, and we were deliberately holding them when people couldn't be there. So we just moved the meeting to 6:30 at night. So the public is invited. We want everybody to come because this is a part of the educational process that goes along with this. We're going to have it video streamed so people can see what the committee is actually doing. And I think it's pretty well described. We're gathering information. We're not trying to do away with the sheriff because he is a constitutional officer, just like we are constitutional officers. So you can't do away with him. He's going to be doing the duties that are described in the Constitution of the state of North Carolina. Does anybody have any questions about what's going on? Mr. Manager, anything you want to add to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Request that...
What's the date on the committee meeting?
Is it on the county calendar? She's looking at it.
April 29th at 6 o'clock.
I said May. April 29th at 6. Is it 6 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. April 29th at 6 o'clock. The public is invited, and there will be, we will hear from the public. There will be a public comment part of this, and so we'd be delighted to come and hear from you. Anything else on that? Okay, the next item, I'll make this as a motion. I move that we extend to the sheriff of Beaufort County an open invitation to attend our next meeting and present his case for what he thinks is going on.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed?
2 people opposed. Okay. The last item is a Beaufort County Bill of Rights. I will be real brief on this. It's a short paragraph. This has to do with guns without reading everything. Therefore, be it resolved that Beaufort County Board of Commissioners declare Beaufort County, North Carolina to be a U.S. Constitution Bill of Rights, Article 2 sanctuary. No person shall be deprived by Beaufort County government or divisions thereof of his rights to keep and bear arms except as determined by the restrictive laws of the state of North Carolina. The resolution, if it passes, is to be sent to all the counties. The reason that there's a need for this is there's a lot of activity in Washington, D.C. that are going to restrict, hinder the public's right to bear arms. We need to become a sanctuary, and we need to send a message that there's a lot of opposition to this, which I think will have something to do with the outcome of the resolution. That's a motion.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Those opposed?
5-6.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right.